Hey, everybody, and welcome live to the IADD MWD Forum. Sorry, I got caught up because I was trying to still finish doing stuff over here because we had the quick little intro. So I was trying to get everything done before we actually went live. Oh, that's my mistake. Let's start off everything with a bang. So anyways, guys, thank you guys so much for joining us. This is the 2020 International Association of Directional Drilling's MWD Forum. I am so excited for this, mainly because I'm ready to get it over with. This has been an absolutely insurmountable amount of work, but I really wanted to make sure that this event was free for everybody out there to be able to come in and take part. So as per normal with any one of my live shows, please let us know where you're watching from. Let us know who you're working for. We'd love to be able to see the comments and questions coming in, and especially for this show and this forum, we need, with complete certainty, we need your questions for these panelists. We want to see what what questions you have, what you think. So please be active in the comment section. Let us know what you guys are thinking, and we're going to get those put up on the screen. It looks like we've already got over 250 people watching right now. This is absolutely insane. I'm so excited for this. Please be sure to thank our sponsors. Our title sponsor for this event is Applied Physics. Thank you so much to those guys. Our co-sponsor, Parker Lord, among all of the other sponsors that we've got there for the 2-minute intro. We had Evo, we've got Rhyme, Keydrill, Compass, Erdos Miller, and I know I'm missing some of the Olidin. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you guys supporting this event and supporting the ability for us to be able to go live and be able to do this. I've got to make sure that I watch the time because this is like everything's set at an exact time to be able to make sure that we're bringing in everybody. So let's do this right now. Let's say, all right, so we've got people watching from British Columbia. We've got Midland, Texas representing Saudi Arabia. That's awesome. We got Gordon Technologies watching. We actually have somebody from Gordon Technologies that's going to be on the show today. Oops, I clicked the wrong one there. Somebody watching from India, Nigeria, Tanzania. This is a international show. Colombia, Pakistan. Everybody saying morning. And Armin Federico. Thanks for Armin for watching. He's always watching the shows that we put on. So thank you guys so much for that. This is absolutely amazing. Alberta. Or oops, that one says Poland, sorry. And then Alberta, can't forget our neighbors to the north. Algeria, always getting a good group of people watching in from Algeria, at least on the shows and stuff. Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. We have whoever LinkedIn user is from Brazil. We appreciate it. Mississippi, Lafayette, Mexico. Wow, these are all coming in so quick. There it is. John Weatherly. I had to give him an earful last night. But John is one of the sponsors. He's from Keydrill. Those guys are going to have a little presentation on later that you guys will be able to see. Guys, please keep the comments coming. Please let me know where you guys are watching from. We've got Conroe, Texas joining us. Oops. Whoa. I clicked the completely wrong button. There we go. Azerbaijan. Hey, they're doing MWD work out there too. This is great stuff. We got, say, from UAE. Wow, you guys are and then Fahim from Houston, Texas. Fahim is actually, I don't want to say he's the intern. He's working for us. He's doing stuff. Very highly talented guy. I cannot pay him enough. At some point in time, he's going to fly the coop. So anybody out there that's watching that needs a jam-up computer scientist, a future artificial intelligence engineer, Fahim's the guy. I'm willing to let you steal him away from me. I cannot recommend this kid enough. Do it. He's great. All right. Jim Bush from Montgomery. Jim, thanks for watching. Appreciate it. He's also one of the sponsors, the guys over there at Rhyme. We've got Turkey, France, even more people from Indonesia. This is great. We've got 2 Indonesian guys on the very first panel coming up. I got to keep watching the time here because I got to get into my presentation. So let me switch over to the brand stuff. So let me do this one. So here's the schedule for today, you guys. Oops, I got to pull this comment thing off. I can't leave that up there. Oh, Jonathan Lightfoot's watching. Hey, go over to Jonathan Lightfoot's YouTube channel. Looks like he's playing the guitar. All right, back over to this. Brands. There we go. This is the schedule for today, guys. Intro, international panel, sponsor presentation, technical presentation, sponsor presentation again, service company panel, sponsor presentations, and then operator panel. If you guys didn't know, we're going to have an operator panel. We didn't promote it very much because operators don't like taking pictures of themselves. Who knew? So it's hard to get pictures and promo people out there if they haven't done it. I have to apologize, though. Parker Holt sent me his right away. So, Parker, thank you so much. I do appreciate it. All right. So, it is time now for the state of the MWD industry. And I have to say, thank you guys for all watching. We've got YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook. And we're already up over, this is by far my best show, but this isn't my show. So this is by far one of the best. So I made this presentation, and I have to say, remind myself to step over. I made this presentation about 30 minutes ago. This was like my chance to be able to say something to the entire industry and, kind of promote Gibson Reports. But I kind of put my company last, and I really thought about this last night, is that I put more effort into being able to put together a free show and put something together for everybody else, volunteering my time, because this is definitely a voluntary position, that I put my company last. So I don't think anybody can ever question my dedication to this industry. So when it actually comes time for me to be able to talk about myself, it was the very last thing on the list to actually do. And the first group of panelists can attest to this. So, state of the industry. I've got like 7 minutes right remaining to be able to get through all of this. All right. So the majority of the data that you guys are about to see is about what's taken place in the state of Texas with MWD. Right now, I know this is, MWD is international and worldwide, but this is the best data that we can get our hands on. This is what we've got right now. So this is be able to paint a little bit of a picture of what's taking place here domestically in the U.S. and specifically in Texas. So let's look at some historical footage here. I got to scoot way over for this and get my mic down so that you guys can really see these numbers. I got to scoot over even more. So in 2013, 106 million feet. 2014, 130. Down to 2015 with the start of the prior downturn, 79.1 million down to 55.6 in 2016. And then growth stages back up in 2017, 2018, 106 to 134. And then in 2019, 130 million feet of surveyed footage by MWD in the state of Texas, right? So this is just to be able to give you some kind of, reference point as far as what we're looking at. Right. Then we go into 2020. So far this year, we've done 45 million feet of surveyed footage in the state of Texas. Right. So who's that been done by? So let's look. So active MWD companies. We have 60 active MWD companies so far this year with 0 new companies. Since 2013, this is an absolute first. We've never gone this long of a stretch without a new MWD service company. And if anything, we've had multiples drop off. Even the recent news of some companies pulling out of U.S. in general, amongst others that have either gone out of business. Sorry, guys, we want all you guys to stay, but, this is the industry that we're in. Among that, we've also had 201 operators active in the state of Texas and only 22 new operators. I don't know the numbers off my head, what that is in reference to, but there we go. I should say, as far as number active survey companies, I got to check my time. The most active MWD service companies at any point in time, like based on quarter to quarter from the start of 2013 to now, was actually Q1 of last year. We had 70 different active service companies, right, who turned in data to the state, right? So there might have been, 75 throughout the whole year, but there was one quarter where we actually had 70, and that's more than we had at any point in time activity-wise during 2014, when there was like huge explosion of new companies. So just some quick information there. Now, among that total footage that's been done in the state of Texas so far this year, the big 4, now big 3, I have only make up 15% of that work with 6.7 million feet. So out of that 45 million feet that have been drilled, only 6.7 million of that has come out of Schlumberger, Halliburton, Baker Hughes, and Weatherford. And obviously now Weatherford's out of the game. So let's look at monthly footage. So far this year, I got to keep scooting over here. I did not plan this out well enough. So what happens when you do your presentation last minute? January, 11.6 million feet. February, 10 million feet. March, 9 million feet. And then it really starts to take hold. April 4.3, May 2.9, June 2.6, July 2.3, and then in August 1.8 million feet surveyed in the state of Texas. Looking for this number hopefully pretty soon to be able to start gradually ticking back up. We are hearing some positive news as far as operators picking up rigs, especially out in West Texas. Now, amongst this, all right, I still got 5 minutes and only have 2 more slides. So we'll stretch this out and make it work. So amongst this, we've still had some shining spots within the industry. We've had 2 companies from last year to this year to be able to show a positive increase in footage and in market share. Those 2 companies being Patriot, oops, sorry, where's my finger at? I can't do that, so I shouldn't. Dixon Directional. Guys over at Dixon Directional, congratulations, and the guys over at Patriot Directional. Now, granted, both of them were small last year, but they're actually growing in size this year. So most companies, obviously, these are the only 2 positive growth companies so far this year. Doesn't mean that others aren't increasing in market share percentage. These are just companies that have increased the amount of footage that they've done from the last year to this year. So congratulations to those guys. Now, the one number or the one stat that probably most people know me for, or at least within Gibson Reports and the numbers that they want to see, is on the next slide. So if you're going to take a picture of the screen or you're going to screenshot, now's the time to do it. I'm really giving away some free stuff here. So I hope everybody's paying attention and has gotten online so far. So 3 more minutes before, because I got to be on time because we can only have so many people on this thing at a time. So are you guys ready? I'm delaying a little bit. Okay, here we go. Here is your top 15, and I'll scoot over. So we've got Gordon, number 1, QES, Phoenix, Scientific, Pro, MS, Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, Cathedral, Halliburton, Legacy, Premier, Altitude, Intrepid, and I keep moving the wrong way. And Stryker. My desk only goes so far, so I can't move too much further. That is your top 15 as far as MWD/directional drilling service companies turning in footage to the state of Texas so far this year to date in 2020. That is your top 15. So take a look at it, take a screenshot of it, brag to your friends, and notice that the independent companies are the ones that are kind of taking over the majority of the lion's share of the work. And somebody's texting me right now. Do you guys not know what I'm doing? Like this is the show. This is what I've been planning on for like, I don't know, a couple of days. That's all the work that went into this. All right, there you guys go. That's what it is. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So that was the intro from me. Thank you guys so much. Ooh. I can scoot back over now. So hopefully that gives you guys a little bit of information, a little bit better understanding of the domestic picture, at least here within Texas and what's taking place here. Yes, we are going to get more data. We are going to go nationwide. And at some point in time, drilling info or whatever, they'll pay attention and come along and buy me out and they'll have all the data that we've got, but they just don't know yet. Maybe after this, they'll realize what they're missing out on. All right, guys, very next thing up here is we're going to have the international panel. The group of people that we've got coming on are an absolutely amazing group. We're trying to be able to paint the picture of what's happening all around the world. This is the International Association of Directional Drilling. This is our first international, really like fully virtual session. So being able to get as many people from around the world, be able to tell us what's going on. We've got both operators and service companies. We've got every continent represented on this next panel. I'm very excited to be able to bring them on. While I've still got another minute, I'm going to switch back over here. And I should say this first bit is actually brought to us by Compass, MWD, LWD, gyros, rentals, maintenance, and more. Thank you so much to our sponsors over at Compass, Kelsey Long, Gary Long, and the group of, and David Solis and the group of people over there. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring this. These are the people that are making this event free so that everybody out there can watch this and be a part of this. I feel like I'm talking a million miles an hour. Let me bring back up some comments. So, wow, the comments are just coming in so quick. Whew. All right. We got everybody talking to each other. Tigers Directional Service. Hello from Dwayne Backus, one of the our sponsors. Dwayne, thank you guys so much for being here. Somebody said they're in from Bali. Wow, wish I was in Bali right now. Maybe I should go there after I get done here. Oof. Houston, Texas, checking in. Wow, there's just so many comments here. Pierre Daniel, another one of our great sponsors from Olin Technology. All right, it's time to get on with the International Forum. enough of my talking, guys. Thank you guys so much. Be sure to keep asking the questions. I'm going to try my best to be able to keep up with everything in here. We've got one coming in from Pittsburgh. So, all right. So that was the intro. Thank you, guys. So I'm going to get these international guys on so they can get to bed because we got some of them that are coming in from all over the world. So we got Ewan Mitchell. Ewan, thank you guys so much for being here from GeoGlide. We've got Rogerio. He's coming in from Argentina. Stephen Leonardus from Norway. Agung Protama. He said he's in – wait, you're in Kuala Lumpur today or where you at?
Jakarta, David.
Jakarta, that's right. Oh, man. Getting my Southeast Asian cities mixed up. Sorry. And then Bart from Nigeria. Lagos. Are you in Lagos?
No, I'm in Port Harcourt.
Oh, in Port Harcourt. Excellent. All right. So you guys, this is our international panel. Any questions that you guys have got for these guys around the world? It doesn't even have to be specific to MWD, but that's kind of what we're talking about here. So I'm going to throw it over Ewan. You're probably up latest or up earliest, so I'll let you lead it off. Give us a little bit of thoughts and feelings as far as what the MWD industry is like right now in Australia.
Thanks for the intro and thanks everyone for dialing in. 1 o'clock in the morning here, so catch me at my best. MWD industry here, interesting just now. Probably down 35% in terms of rig count since COVID and the start of the year. Australia was doing pretty well and has been somewhat insulated from the oil price volatility. Last year, Australia, or the start of this year, Australia was one of the biggest, or if not the biggest, LNG exporter on the planet. Ahead of Qatar. Exported, $49 billion worth of gas, 700 million tons, I think. Some insane amounts of gas coming out of this country. 77 million tons. But the rig count has dropped, mostly with the majors. There's three big oil and gas companies here, so you've seen activity drop with those guys. But there is still activity. A lot of small to mid caps still working. So that's obviously good news for a small company like ourselves. It can be a bit more nimble than the big three that you mentioned before there. Technology very varied by Australia's massive, right? It's the same size as the US geographically, or very similar size. Perth to Brisbane, the two main cities on the east and west coast here, is pretty much within a matter of a couple of hundred Ks, the same as LA to New York. So it's a huge country, but the US has 300 million more people. We're running like 23 million people, so a very low population density, and a number of big basins within this country, and each one requires different technology. So we're seeing some interesting moves in each of those, I would say. I don't know, is that enough for an intro, or have I already talked too much?
No, that's good. Bart, let's move over to you in Port Harcourt. Tell us a little bit what's going on over in Nigeria.
Well, Nigeria is not very different from what is happening globally. The market is sluggish. But the challenge really is that down here, the majors, the market is turning towards what the majors do. We're talking of MWD with good data transmission speed. People come with this idea you can transmit at 12 bits per second. We need MWD that has software flexibility, because you have different companies, demanding different kind of data display from the service companies. So you need a software that gives you that flexibility to go to ExxonMobil, give them what they want, go to Chevron, give them what they want, go to Total, give them what they want. And of course, we're beginning to see, we're beginning to drill deeper. So sometimes we need HPHT application. In the Benue Trough, we saw a well do about 200 degrees centigrade. And of course, we have issues with inventory management in this low price environment because of where we are. If you got to do calibration and all this stuff, you need to turn your tool around. So it's a challenging environment. The activities are low in terms of rigs. Actively, we have less than 12 rigs operating in Nigeria as of today. So very challenging environment. That's why we're here.
Excellent. Thank you, Bart. We'll move over to Rogerio down in Argentina. Can you give us a state of the industry or state of the market down there?
Yeah, hello. First of all, David, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to represent South America, not just Argentina, and the opportunity to capture, to say what need that we have, and maybe find some partner to help us into our development, right? So in Argentina, what actually we need is we have broadening kind of needs. We have low tier applications in Argentina and of course in other countries like Brazil and Colombia. But we also have one field in the shale application, which is normally compared to shale US, but actually, from my point of view, is a little more tough because you have a little bit more vibration after analyze a lot of data from you guys, and you have a mud density much higher, so a flow mass into the MWD is increasing. MWD mainly the 4 3/4 ones, and they don't last long because of the massive flow and on the high flow and the high density that we are measuring here, which is almost sometimes almost 2 SG, 16, 17 ppgs. And so we need more reliability facing on that one. And it is good to have some applications, some different applications, like the ones that's coming, like near beat inclination, real near beat inclination without adding a sub, right? So I know that applied physics are doing pretty good job on near beat, and there's another companies coming such as Sieve and from PI, I guess, and they are working to a real-time near beat application. ADORS, I know that has something, and congratulations you guys. You need those kind of things in here. And technology is good, automation is good, so we think we are moving, the entire world is moving towards this need. But actually, what we really need at the end of the day is not really fancy and fast. So that I know that in the US there is a big run for speed and on the modulation, which is good, and which is good from Lee, from Oliden. So it's make more viable for them to put those LWDs. But in a market like ours that does not demand more than a gamma ray and the most an azimuthal gamma, so the speed of telemetry is a good to have one, is not essential. The real essential thing is that you have a sort of system that can handle with pump noises, for example, and treat signal and go even further than just those two pressure sensor on surface trying to eliminate the pump noise. That what would be really good is what I guess Gordon is trying to work in, is getting data to stochastically predict the noise and try to correct it and make a more reliable signal noise ratio, right? So that would be a good thing to have into the market. And in a market that has this kind of application for shale, and so we want reliability reduce our drilling costs. So we do not want to pull out, and we do not want to lose time for fixing sensors and for trying to demodulate, because those ELT times looks like nothing, but at the end of the day, when you summarize everything, it's almost I don't know, you can, if you take a good look, it's a 3-4 fatal time after some wells, just counting half an hour by half an hour losing for corrections on surface. So there's a lot of things that we need, but mostly is reliability. Okay, mostly it's like, and have the tool reliable enough, and company and partners that do not play with maintenance program even on the downturn. That's how I believe that we keep the reliability higher, because at the end of the day, I mean, yeah, the market on MWD didn't change much. People say that changed, or others say that's not. It's depends. I mean, it's growing toward reliability. Right now, we just need people that do not play with what was created.
Well, Rogerio, thank you so much. And we've got a bunch of questions coming in here about Argentina, but I know you've also got more to add in concern to the rest of South America and stuff, but we'll jump back to that one in just a second. We are going to get to your questions, guys. Just trying to give everybody a chance to be able to speak. So I'm really happy that we've got 3 operators on this panel. Next is a great friend of mine. We actually used to be roommates together back in Australia. So I'll turn it over to Steven Leonardo. Steven, thanks so much for being here, bro. Give us, because obviously you're with Equinor in Norway. Give me a little bit of take on what the industry likes there. I know that you guys are a little bit more advanced and a little bit more high level with some of your stuff versus some other areas. So what's it like working over there in Norway?
Yeah, I guess first of all, thanks a lot, David, for inviting me for this session. But then again, how can I say no to you? Yeah, maybe I think in Norway is a bit different compared to the stories from other parts of the world, because in here it's a very mature area. We have a lot of production platform that we would like to extend the life of, meaning that we need to drill more targets to increase the production. And then I think in the news as well, you've seen that there's a lot of in-field exploration in Norway that has been successful. And that is why the market itself has not been really affected within Norway, although we are scaling down on international exploration. So in here, I think the atmosphere is a bit different. The company itself has starting to commit in wire drill pipe.
Wow.
So with respect to MWD, the issue with respect to data transmission, that is something that we as an operator are trying to help the industry solve. So in the news around December 2018, we have set up a wire drill pipe contract or frame agreement, and then made a commitment that in some of the fields we would like to test it. And we've been 1.5 years into it. So some of the fields have seen the tests using wire drill pipe with the MWD tool. And that is also looped back into an automation process. So we are quite big here in digitalization and drilling automation. But on top of that, I'm in the field where I haven't seen this or haven't implemented this, but I'm working with HPHT field. And then the way I see the industry or the MWD tools these days is that the mean time between failure has been increasing. So the tool reliability has been really good in this part of the world. Actually, we've just finished drilling a 1 run, 4,000 meter, or I guess in feet, that's 13,300-ish feet. And then
You don't have to translate for me. We got an international audience.
Okay, yeah. So the tool came back looking good. So I think in here, the atmosphere or the idea is to moving forward, or the future of MWD here is how to incorporate this wire drill pipe, and what are the possibilities or potential or the upside that we can see moving forward.
Excellent. Well, we've already got some questions coming in, and I'll circle back with a couple of these here as far as like the wire drill pipe stuff. I also have my personal questions, but we cannot forget, we've got our last panelist coming in, Agu Tama from Petronas. Thank you so much for being here. I know it's late where you're at as well. Jakarta's probably what is it, 1 a.m. midnight over there?
No, we're about 10:30, David here.
Oh, okay. So I was way off. It's not even your bedtime yet.
You know,
Thank you so much for being here. Tell me what is going on within Petronas. What are you guys looking at as far as the industry in your area, and then specifically any thoughts as far as the how MWD is shaking out there?
yeah, first of all, thanks for having me, David. It's a pleasure to talk to the international crowd. Yeah, so for us in Indonesia, and I can say about Southeast Asia also, because Petronas is from Malaysia, we're quite varied. We have a low-tiered requirement. We also have a high-tiered demand, because like what Ewan mentioned, Australia is big. We're almost as big as Australia in terms of geographically, but it's varied. We got the geothermal, which is now picking up in Indonesia. So they are starting to have a lot of drilling activities as well, needing MWDs, of course. And then we have the mature field, like what Petronas is doing now in offshore. So I guess the requirement for MWD for us is, I echo the same what Rogerio mentioned, and also Steven, that it's reliability. That's what we need, yeah. We want a tool that can stay down there, you know, with a lot of pumping hours, yeah. And we need to see that. But mostly the one that we have here, I was surprised when I saw your list, yeah, David. It's 15, yeah. For us here in Indonesia, we only got the 3, yeah, the big 3, the 2 blues, or I should say 1 blue, 1 green now, and then the red. Yeah. So other than that, the low tier market, we do have local players, and then the East Asia player as well. But again, the low tier ones, yeah, the one that you drilled onshore, and you're not going to really spend much money on that. But now there's also a drive to go digital, as what Pat Stephen mentioned, yeah, happening in the forefront in Norway and probably in US as well. So we're trying to kind of like mimic what you guys are doing in terms of technology. But as far as exploration wise, yeah, we need tools that is reliable, because we're lucky enough in Indonesia. We have a lot of volcanic, yeah, and a lot of tectonic activities. So we kind of lose a lot of MWD tools downhole. So I know some of the service companies in Indonesia knows that, yeah, especially when we're starting to drill sideways, reaching extended reach. That gets a lot of trickies, because you have a lot of layers in Indonesian geology. That's, you know, kind of scary. But yeah, I guess the main message here is we want reliability, and of course, we're not that far behind in terms of digitalizations and technology applications as well. Yeah.
Good. Thank you so much. All right, so I'll turn it back over to the panel here. Obviously, one of the reoccurring themes here has been reliability. So I'll kind of focus back on that one. How do you, each one of you, kind of evaluate either internally, so Bart and you, as far as you guys internalizing your reliability, and then for the operators here on the panel, how do you compare the different service companies or technologies that are being brought in, and being able to make either choices about products based on the reliability, or how do you guys work with the service providers to be able to increase that reliability?
Yeah, that's a good question. Again, it's sort of very basin specific for us. So, you know, reliability in one area might mean something quite different in another. You know, we do a lot of coal seam gas here, which means on any given day, probably half a dozen rigs drilling just very shallow verticals very quickly. It's very benign, you know, there's really no drilling issues. So reliability then is about being able to have the same tool do, you know, tens or, you know, many more wells than that without battery changes, without wear. You know, cost of service delivery in that lower tier environment is a huge issue for us. So, you know, we don't want to see tools coming back to the workshop in that space, and we don't want to be spending a lot of money to be able to keep them going in that low revenue. You know, the complete opposite of that would be taking MWD and directional tools to, you know, the volcanics of some of the deep gold mines, you know, some of the early stages in Australia right now, shale exploration, and offshore as well, some higher temperature, much more abrasive situations, higher mud weights. So then it's about, you know, vibration monitoring obviously is key, but, you know, meantime between failures becomes your key thing in the higher dollar rigs. So it's very variable. Some really easy drilling here, and some nightmarish drilling. So.
Anybody else want to?
Yeah,
go ahead.
In Argentina, what actually I can talk about Pan American, right? So with us, with our providers, we try to raise the bar on the service maintenance. So all in a certain way, all providers has a kind of condition-based maintenance, and so they track what happened to the tool in terms of temperature and vibration. So for the ones that had been on the blue side, it's something equivalent drilling time, right? So they normally does that, and they had a program to change the service levels until the level of changing the entire board or evaluating the entire board to see what was going to change. And what we try to do is screening with what we have in the country, and select the ones that has on the best position to be able to apply. I mean the ones, when I mean the ones is the boards, electronic boards that has less usage and less vibration, etc. And also we try to apply control points out of the company control points to try to control as well the maintenance process and try to avoid the human failure on the service. And that's it. And then on the well, I mean, we don't reduce, as any other operator, we do not reduce parameters to save an MWD tool. And all they want is we want all the things of anyone else. I mean, we don't want to think about MWD. That's where an MWD make a great job, right? So when they don't appear in the show, and actually I need to complete the one, and for my point of view, the MWD has to appear on the show, and not appearing with a favor, but appearing with adding values, right? So giving solution, making evaluation on the field, and helping the directional driller to deliver a better well. That's how an MWD appears well, but they cannot never fail.
It's good to hear that we add value, but at the same time, yes, you cannot fail. That is absolutely crucial. Steven, do you want to jump in on this one?
Yeah, I guess on my side or within my role as a drilling engineer, to improve reliability would be the pre-work. So we discuss a lot with the vendor on the pre-planning side, what we would like to have, and then what kind of setup that we would like to have. I know in other parts of the world, as per my experience as well, that there are some tools that you can actually set up on the field itself. In here, we try to not do that. So all tools are being set up in the base, and then when you send it out offshore, it's just a matter of picking it up. So we have to agree on the flow rate way early, and then agree on the strategy and the bottom hole assembly setup, basically. So I think that's how we try to improve reliability of the runs.
So no rig site changes then?
We try to avoid that. And as per my experience, at least 7 years here, I have never asked for a rig site changes.
Yep.
Excellent. That's good to hear. Bart, or y'all want to jump in? Oh, Bart's on mute. There you go.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, go for it.
Yeah, down here, like he said, you know, the big three, apart from Halliburton, I think Halliburton has a way of, you know, changing reconfiguring their tools in the field. But for Baker and Schlumberger, the tools are made up completely at the base and shipped to the location. Some local service companies in Nigeria have the ability to also, you know, configure the MWD out there in the field. That's the guys who use ProBest. It has advantages and it has its disadvantages too. But for us as service companies, the big challenge is that the operators force us these days to pay for any failure that happens in the field. So it's not like in the old days when you have your two fails and you come out of hole, and it's no more like that. So today, MPT is a big issue. So for the service company, you lose money if you have a two failure. So it's imposed on you to do the very best, because I mean, you could, if you go on a well, for most contracts, there's a way they calculate MPT. If your MPT is above 2%, then you start paying. So if you have a 2 and it takes you, you have a downhole failure and it takes you like 24 hours to do a round trip and start drilling, you could as well wipe off the whole money you make. So like everybody said, reliability is a big issue in this tight market. The operators are not finding it easy. Nobody gives any room for failure. And like you said, most companies now build their tools at the base so that they remove the human errors and interface out there in the field. That's the way it is going here for us. Thank you.
All right. Good.
Yeah, David, I think for us here, the key is pre-planning. Yeah, just to echo what has been said earlier, and setting expectations. Yeah, because sometimes if you call out for a tender and then service partners give you an MTBF, you need proof also. Yeah, but again, you also need to be setting expectations not too high, and for us, we kind of take that into the ownership of us. So we actually assign a QA/QC guy. He doesn't need to know everything about electronics and MWD, but he just go out there during pre-planning, go out to where the tools are being stripped together, and just looking at it together with the service partners, so you know exactly that you don't install something wrong, and then all of that. Because what we see in Indonesia, especially for us in Petronas, we see a lot of shocks and vibration. So with that, usually you kind of, your electronics is the one that fails first. So you need to know that your R&M guys are installing it correctly. So we assign a guy, not really 24/7, but he's always there whenever you want to break out and install a tool. So I think that's the key. It's a partnership. You couldn't really rely on just a service partner doing their job, but we also have to work together. And also that pre-planning, that what Stephen mentioned, that's also the key. You set expectations, and then you don't change that. you don't have something that is changed on the rig side. It's not a good thing for your service partner as well as for the operator, yeah, because you change expectations on the fly. Yeah. So I think that's from our side. Yeah.
Okay, I'll keep you on there because we've got a question that came in for you. So, and we've got this. We'll circle this through the panel here. It says, please talk a little bit more about the geothermal wells in Indonesia and how the MWD handles them. So, what advancements? Because we've seen a lot of people ask this about as far as advancements in hot hole and kind of pushing the limits there, not just for geothermal applications, but for drilling applications where we're getting deeper and longer wells. What can you say to that as far as in y'all's geographical region?
Yeah, thanks, Fahim, for the question. Geothermal is big in Indonesia now, but if you see how we drill geothermal wells, yeah, we don't really need where we're at subsurface, yeah, because most of the time we just drill vertically, and the only time we're going to drill directional is when we have a forest up there, because you have a protected forest that you couldn't access from the surface location. So in terms of MWD needs, it's not that much, but of course you will need it to be high temp rated, yeah. And I think nowadays the geothermal drilling, more and more of the oil and gas people, the oil and gas drillers, I should say, are moving into the geothermal territory. So we start bringing in the technology from the oil and gas side. So I think the expectation from geothermal in the next few years is going to be high in terms of MWD technology. But again, bear in mind that it's going to be a vertical well, and then you always see a lot of losses, because when you're drilling for geothermal, you want losses anyway, in some of our area.
All right, Ewan, we'll bring you in here. What can you tell us about the geothermal atmosphere there in Australia?
There's not much of it going on. Probably 10, 15 years ago in Australia, there was certainly some efforts in that space, but for a variety of technical reasons, not hugely successful. New Zealand still sees, there's probably a couple of rigs drilling fairly consistently in New Zealand, or at least, historically. They can drill a few wells, have good production from those wells, and then stop for a period of time. So yeah, I don't see a whole lot coming up in that space in Australia right now. Carbon capture probably more so. A bit of experimentation going on there about where you can sequester away your CO2. There's been a few of those sorts of wells drilled recently, but not geothermal in Australia right now.
Interesting. Can you say any more about that, or is that like top secret?
No, I think it's public record. There's at least one operator here is using the Cooper Basin in central Australia. Historic oil and gas basin. There's a lot of old depleted reservoirs there, so they're looking at, can they pump away CO2? And then there's a government body drilled a well last year in Victoria, so down the state that Melbourne is in. Same idea, trying to pump away CO2 actually into an aquifer there. And there's also an offshore well, again Victoria, earlier this year. So there's bits and pieces going on there to see if that can work.
So we did get one question specifically for you. So Michael Phillips says, is the coal seam methane work in Australia using any ranging services?
Absolutely. So a lot of the wells here are vertical, so there's no ranging required in those. But we also drill quite a lot of horizontals, so what we call surface to in seam, and effectively we start far away and then drill horizontally for 1,500, 2,000 meters, let's say, and then try and intercept the vertical well. So, historically we used a technology, MGT, where effectively a solenoid or an electromagnet was hung in the vertical well, and you used MWD sensors in the horizontal to, as you drill past, effectively survey that magnetism, then back out the vector of where it came from, then pull back, calculate where the interference came from, and then cut sidetrack effectively, and then go for the hit. A lot pre-planning has been spoken a fair bit on the reliability front there, but pre-planning and having competent crews and understanding magnetic interference, very critical to the success of that method. Laterally, there's been a fair bit more work done with rotating magnet systems. So ahead of the motor, a small sub with some very, very strong magnets that then rotates as you drill, obviously. And instead of a magnet in the vertical, we'll run a sonde, which is effectively a set of magnetometers. And then based on that magnetic signature, you sort of almost guide, like a guided missile, I suppose. You basically drill towards that vertical and hit typically much, much higher success rate in first time intercept. To put it in perspective, at 500 to 1,000 meters, or let's say 3,000 feet deep, maybe 2.5 kilometers from your rig, hitting a target that's 6 1/8, 7 inch across is pretty accurate when we're doing that. There's techniques out there to improve the reliability in that space. We're certainly talking to a supplier right now about stepping that up still further to significantly increase your first time hit rate.
Thank you. All right, Rogerio, we got a question coming up for you, sir. Let me move it. There we go. So Brian Dugas was asking, Rogerio, with high mud weight, is there also high sand contents with some of the stuff that you guys are drilling?
Yeah, 30 to 40 low grade solid content. So it's, when I say it's decreased 4.75 MWD, it does. Okay, the really high, really harsh environment, and the good look is not really long drilling. Let's say 100 to 150 hours lateral drilling. but still, you see a lot of washes. There's some operators they're working on this kind of whole size. We are not, and but the tools that we are using has a nominal, they call master flow. So it's the product between mud weight in ppg times flow rate in gallon per minute. It shouldn't be more than 5,000, and we are almost there, 4,000 something, and we need to take care normally with that. And we know that there is on the market, so some MWD on the previous idea, some really hard-facing material on the UBHO, and also on the poppet, so really different kind of material to trying to handle these ones. And but in this case, that's something that we should see more in Argentina.
So I know that we spoke a little bit earlier that you said that, obviously it's not just Argentina that's got work. What can you say about some of the other areas, and what's the competitive landscape in South America right now?
Well, there's jobs opportunity in Colombia. I know you some of those 60 companies in US are trying to move over there, and there is opportunity over there. And there is opportunity right now in Brazil land onshore. What happened in Brazil is Petrobras, the major Brazilian oil field company, they came up with a program of disinvesting on landing, because they need to put money on offshore, because offshore produces a lot, some pre-salt, and they need to acquire technology on FPSO to handle with all those oils they've been generated over there. So they stepped back into land and gave opportunity for a lot of medium operators to enter in the north and northeast part of Brazil. And all those operators need MWD's companies, independent ones, because the big 3 or 4, I don't know if the fourth one is going to be there as well. But it doesn't, at the end of the day, being over there, it doesn't really, the big 4 doesn't really make money, so they almost are not really interested in that area. And that's a huge opportunity for independent one. In Argentina, you guys are more than welcome to come and to be in contact. So we have opportunity on unconventional, on conventional, and we have different kind of operation. And if there is a MWD company with playing fair enough and on the maintenance and really partnering to enhance the level of reliability, you're welcome. Okay, so we have in here application for, let's say, for MEMS gyro. That's one idea, right? So gyro on casing drilling application. So adding the string inside a casing, and the gyro for not getting interference from the case itself. So, and we want to drill with that. So MWD's companies with that technology are on a step ahead to develop this technology or to join gyro inside the MWD tool are welcome. We have space as well for disposable motor for casing drilling as well, lots. So any company that wants to produce their one run reliable enough motor are more than welcome to disposal in our territory. Okay, so, and we have different opportunities in here in Argentina, and I have identified on other countries, South American, talking to friends that are working on operators everywhere in South America. So we have also, Pan American has also application in Mexico, and there's a lot of opportunity in South America, including in Latin America, right? Including Mexico, and not just with Pan American, but with other operators that in here. And we are open for receiving any company, any independent company that wants to really add value in here.
I'll tell you what, that's very exciting to hear. So if any of the service companies or even the technology companies that are listening to this, looks like Rogerio's LinkedIn is going to absolutely explode. So you guys, you heard it here on the IADD MWD Forum. They are looking for independent service companies.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say the majority of my audience, at least with those that are here in the US, are independent service companies. So take a note of this time. Keep watching. Don't send them emails just yet, but then reach back out. So that's great to hear. I know it looked like even Bart was kind of itching for it while we were talking about it. All right, so we've got about 20 minutes left. There's probably two more questions, but the first one that I want to be able to ask all of you guys, and Bart, will lead with you. What do you see as the future of MWD, and what do you see that's coming down the pipeline that's going to help you and your company be successful?
Well, we need an MWD that has a lot of flexibility, because, like I said, the market is shrinking. And so we got to be able to do what the big threes do. There's no differentiation today between the small service providers and the big three. So to scramble for the market, we need an MWD with software capability to do everything that we need to do. Today we're talking about remote operations, being able to do automated drilling. So very important that we have an MWD that has the software with flexibility to do all that. I've already talked about an MWD with the right data speed, because, I mean, if you're running triple combo application, you got to be able to see your logs real time and be able to present something that is good enough. So data speed is important. We've talked much about reliability. Very important for the MWD too. Failure is no more accepted because, like I said, the margins are not there. I believe that companies with that kind of manufacturing companies with this kind of products will still find the market. It's differentiating. Of course, the MWD must, the software must be able to give you the right kind of ability to correct your service. Like if you're working for a company like Shell, the SUCOP, all those requirements, the MWD software must be able to do that on the floor. You don't want to go to a different application to start calculating the service. So that's my expectation of a good MWD system. Thank you.
Thank you, Bart. Let's see here. Okay, we'll bring you in next, sir. Tell us what Petronas is looking forward to in the future as far as MWD.
Yeah, to me, it's simple, David. It's measurement while drilling, right? I like what everybody's doing, especially what Equinor is leading there in Norway. That you want to see more and more rig that is having remote operations, and in order to do that, you need a lot of measurements done. Now to be able to do that, you need to have a very good data transmission. Yeah. So again, wire drill pipe is the solution. But then you can do a lot of things, yeah, like maybe having an IP address down there, something, like crazy out of the box engineering solutions. So you need to have a lot of sensors. I think the oil and gas industry, as well as the geothermal industry, is lagging in that area. I mean, compared to, let's say, telecommunications industry and other industries. So I see that is the future that we want to go to. And I think also from my geothermal side of things, I think we need more and more entropy measurement. So instead of doing it the old-fashioned way, we need to be able to come up with a breakthrough of innovation in terms of directly measuring entropy instead of doing it, algorithm-wise and all of that. But you need to have the actual tool that be able to measure that. Yeah, I think that will help a lot also. Yeah, and I think the future also is to reduce the uncertainties, of your whereabouts. I mean, your directions and inclinations, your azimuth and inclinations. So I think those three types of innovations that we want to see, David.
Excellent. I mean, I think that's a lot for us to be able to, or at least many people to be able to, take a lot from that and be able to innovate. So look forward to your LinkedIn inbox probably blowing up as well. So you have to pay attention there as well. All right, Ewan, since we're still down there in the Southeast Asia area and Australia, Ewan, what do you see as the future of MWD in Australia?
There's been a lot of talk here about, and on this panel tonight as well, about remote operations. Reduced crews, definitely something that we need to look at. The cost of people here, expensive. Logistics is difficult. So I don't think in a hurry we're going to go to crewless operations, but we've been quite successful with cross training. The MWD DDX thing. So tools that can help that be more efficient. Speed up the training and development of those people by simplifying the tools and giving them the aids that they need. So there's a number of companies working pretty hard in that space, artificial intelligence, slide predictions, whatever else, that sort of thing. Azimuthal measurements for us, reducing the cost of deep reading azimuthal resistivity, sort of periscope type equivalents. There's some opportunities for that sort of thing here. And then, it's been spoken about tonight as well with the reliability piece. More work in, clearly memory tools now exist with very, very high frequency vibration analysis, but getting more of that data in real time to really help optimize drilling in the harder environments be pretty big for us. And then, everything else I'm focused on right now is about reducing cost of service. If we've got the big two or the big three happy to drop pricing to keep work or bundle cement or throw in random stuff that operators may or may not want, we have to be able to compete on price. Doesn't make sense to be in business otherwise. So low cost of service, high reliability, reduced servicing, and simplification so that we can run leaner crews without running into fatigue issues. Those would be my focus points just now.
Thank you. I appreciate that one. All right, let's go back over to Stephen. Stephen, obviously you guys are with Equinor are definitely pushing the boundaries as far as technology with the wire drill pipe. Given that, what are you guys seeing as the future for you guys? Because you're kind of leading edge already.
Yeah, I think in terms of the way we work, I guess everybody is probably aware this COVID-19 is really pushing digitalization forward. So the discussion that we had previously regarding reducing crew, that is already happening here, actually. So some of the MWD are being cross-trained as a DD and the other way around. And you have less crew going offshore just to be able to prepare the tools. And then half of the crew is actually sitting onshore in the office and support the MWD and DD operation. And then I've been in one of this new rig. They actually have a camera on the rig floor inside the doghouse. So you can have a toolbox talk with the DD that is sitting in the office. So it is already a new way of working here. And then with respect to wire drill pipe, I think the way I see it, some of the assets that have a stronger business model or business plan to use this wire drill pipe technology to get more data from downhole, they will be the one that will be implementing this first, while some of the other assets will be just looking at how they are doing the implementation. So with respect to MWD, I am guessing in the future or in the near future, we'll be running on wire drill pipe with the mud pulse telemetry as a backup solution.
So you're gonna still keep the mud pulse in there just in case.
I believe so. I guess in the because this is new to the industry. I mean, wire drill pipe has been in the market for quite some time, but the commitment to actually implement it has just come recently. At least in Equinor, the frame agreement has been just established less than 2 years ago.
Well, You brought up kind of the answer to the next question, which was, or the next question I was going to ask, which is about, what are your thoughts as far as moving towards the automation or remote work? What's kind of the the atmosphere and the viewpoint and perspective there within Norway and Ecuador, and maybe even North Sea operations to be able to continue moving that direction?
I guess the sentiment is always change is always being perceived negatively, but due to this COVID-19, the risk of sending too many people offshore, not having enough distancing measures, and then Norway is a small country, so there's a lot of offshore worker that is actually living outside Norway, then they have to travel in. So those has been the driving force of actually people accepting that, okay, now we're not going to the rig, we're going to the office, sitting in the office and monitor the rig operation from the office. And then with respect to that, Equinor ourselves, we have start moving our operational geologists in the office. So they no longer go offshore, they are sitting in what we call a geo operation center with all the other geologists, and then monitoring several operations from there.
That sounds dangerous to have that many geologists in one area.
We keep them in control.
Keep them all in a box.
No, I think it's actually good because they can discuss between each other. And then my experience using this geo operation center within Equinor has been very, very positive.
So we did just have this question come in. It says, what wired drill pipe company are you guys using? You don't have to answer that one, but are you trying out multiples? Because I know that there's at least 3 companies out there that have wired drill pipe. Are you guys trying out multiples, or are you just sticking with one?
I think we're using this, I guess it's public knowledge. We're using this NOV IntelliServe.
Okay.
So that's NOV and Schlumberger. So that's the one that we're using.
Excellent. There we go. All right. So Ray and Roger, let you finish this one up. What do you see as the future? And then after that, with the last question that we had, as far as the remote operations and what's kind of the sentiment in y'all's area?
Well, remote operation in our area, so we're planning. So we have some condition in Argentina that does not help us to reduce personnel on the rig, but it's an idea for the future as well. And sure, and the future of MWD, I believe that for our point of view, it should one of those things that should to be integrated with RSS when it can, and when it's not, okay, with Chart Hub and Applied Physics is in there to help us with that one, and redundancy for improving reliability and speed drilling, like electromagnet with a mud pulse, or what had been said in wired drill pipe with mud pulse. And not here, wired drill pipe, not here, I don't think so, but in worldwide. But we see some needs that we have in here that's already pointing on solution. So the solution is there, or is almost there. And sometimes the solution just need to get 2 different companies to talk to each other and bring with a really disruptive application. So we see in US or the providers or the manufacturers company, some has really good specific thing that if put together with another development, they would be even much better than any big 3. And we see this opportunity to put companies together and bring more technology, more integration, and please, you guys need to talk and create use just one communication protocol, this kind of CAN or QBus, not communicate with each other. So you guys need to talk to each other, right? So just do it, and then you're gonna see any faster development in technology. So things are pointing, things are coming, and we are expecting to be ready for us to receive in South America. So again, be my guest to put in contact if you have any idea. We have a lot of applications, we have a lot of desires in here, and be my guest to be in touch.
I'm gonna just post your phone number in the comment section real quick. No, I'm joking. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do that to you. All right, Bart, tell us a little bit there in Port Harcourt, Nigeria area, as far as remote operations. How are things looking there? Hold on. There you go. Start over.
Yeah, down here we have the big two markets at the moment, but nobody has done it. But you see the desire from the operators because of COVID. Everybody wants to reduce the footprint on the rig. So I think it's something that is going to happen, but it has not happened here. I see it maybe 2020, 2021, 2021, 2022, I see it happening. We've not started, but then it requires a lot of infrastructure, connectivity, and a lot of those stuff. But it's being marketed, but nobody has done it. But the operators like it, but it has not been implemented. That's where we are at the moment.
Excellent. All right. Who do I need to? Got lost there for a second because there's actually people emailing me right now about how to get on. Like, it's like, oh, I sent you guys an email. Read the email, please. Thanks. All right. If you guys are watching, you're distracting me with the emails and stuff. All right. So we'll move over to you. We'll give you the shot to be able to. I think you guys talked about some of the remote operations. If not, I completely apologize. I'm trying to keep myself together right here. I know you. What are you guys seeing in Southeast Asia and within Petronas as far as running remote operations?
Yeah, I think we already started that. We have our RTO in Malaysia, in KL office, and they're actually monitoring when we're drilling in Indonesia. And I think we're going through social media just to have real-time communications with them, and it's been brilliant. And we're trying to get into that what Equinor is doing, to have everybody sitting together, or sometime like those NASA mission control we're trying to do. But you're right, maybe too many geologists. But that's what we're trying to do. Now it's only drillers, and some even we're trying to have like senior directional drillers also sitting there and then observing. So definitely, along with this COVID pandemic as well, we need to fast track our digitalizations and also our remote operations. I think that's the message from Southeast Asia, and I'm quite sure other operators in the area is also trying to do the same thing.
All right, and you're going to get the last word with us. You started us off. You get to be the bookend for the international panel. Give us your thoughts. It take about 2 minutes to do it.
Thanks. Remote operations, without a doubt, has its place here. I think that, a bit like Bart there in Nigeria, the internet connectivity here is not brilliant when you get out into these remote locations. So satellite connectivity, and even satellite, can be a little bit hit and miss sometimes. So, reduced crew, I think, definitely. Fully remote, possibly. Probably more opportunities to start looking at ways to multi-skill with the rigs. They actually do that quite effectively in mining, where the driller on the rig might also be able to put in slides and pick up basic tools. So no doubt remote ops has its place and will continue to do so here. But I think we're always going to have, certainly for the near future, at least 1 or 2 people on the rig. The days of 4-person crews definitely going away. COVID clearly has been a thing everywhere, but immigration rules in Australia have been tight for a long time. So you got to hire locally. It makes sense, but people are expensive. So anything we can do to simplify ops and reduce crew, definitely the way forward.
All right, guys. Thank you all so much for taking the time, either coming in late at night, or I don't think anybody's doing early morning out of this group. But well, okay, yeah, you would. It's early morning for you. It's late night for you. Guys, thank you guys so much for having been here and being a part of this. It's been absolutely amazing talking to you guys. I think we're going to have to do more of these international forum kind of things with you guys. Maybe the next one we'll do just Southeast Asia, just Africa, just Central, just the different geographical regions, so we can get even more talking, be able to get even more in depth. Anybody that's out there on LinkedIn or any of the social media channels, reach out to these guys, link up with them. And I also have a request for the 400 something people that are still watching right now. Please do us a favor, share this and tag a friend in the comments. This is free. I've been working my tail off for this. Tell everybody you can. Nobody's going to get mad that you shared something free with them. And if they do, they don't deserve to be in the business. So put it out there. Once again, thank you guys so much to the international panel. You and Steven, Agug, Rogerio, Bart. I really appreciate it, you guys. And Steven, congratulations on the new one. Go back to your paternity leave, your beautiful wife and everything. I miss you, brother.
Thank you
and
very
one
much.
of these days, I'm going to come out to Norway, come visit you again.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot, David.
Thank you.
Wrong button. There we go. There we go. And so, guys, now we got a quick bit of sponsored content from one of our premier sponsors here, Compass, MWD, LWD, gyros, and rental maintenance and more. So we got a quick video from them. Right after that, we've got Erdos Miller and then Oladin. So check this out. Button there.
This is our home. Compass is renowned for solving drilling problems all around the planet. As a customer, as an employee, and as a partner, I've had a front row seat to the many problems that Compass has solved over the past 25 years. Should you have an idea or a need for a drilling problem or condition or solution, Compass is the place to bring your concern so we can help you to resolve the issue.
One of the advantages for Compass is that we try to be a one-stop shop as much as possible, so that in addition to getting your MWD equipment and LWD equipment, we also have additional add-ons like EM, we have gap subs, we have gyro measurement while drilling, near bit equipment. The advantage of getting all of that from Compass in one spot is that Compass has done all the work of making sure that all the bits and pieces of your system will work and play well together, as opposed to you buying a piece of equipment from here and your MWD from there and another piece over here, bringing it back to your shop and trying to make everything work together, which sometimes works fine, but a lot of times there's some technical challenges and some hurdles that you have to get over before everything is well integrated.
There's not many slim hole tools like ours in the market. It was developed for re-entry, slim hole stuff, tight radiuses, low flow areas. We kind of started it with it being, kind of built for European markets and, out of country stuff. But, here in the US, we're trying to get more traction with it. Osiris, well, it's faster telemetry, adding on additional sensors like LWD, like resistivity, for instance. It makes it a little bit easier for us to get our information in a quicker manner.
Nearbit tools. We have several available, from the Geo Tracker to the Payzone Tracker, and coming soon we'll have Pressure Tracker. So these are near-bit tools that are going to sit below the motor or directly above the rotary steerable. So those are available right now for sale.
To complement the Compass MWD product line, our survey division advocates the use of gyros on MWD projects wherever magnetic field distortion, interference may be present and may be creating uncomfortable levels of uncertainty. Operators are increasingly using directional tools from surface to TD in these high-performance drilling projects, and there can be issues associated with that. With our high-end gyro products and services, we can certainly squeeze that level of uncertainty down to a more comfortable level for you. Our Seeker family of gyro survey tools includes a super rugged laser-fired NART-seeking gyro that is really a remarkable tool. It maintains its calibration better than most any other system out there, especially the old spinning wheel north-finding gyros of the past. We also offer state-of-the-art solid-state MEMS-based gyros namely the twin gyro system, which produces two very accurate and independent surveys at the same time. The twin package does these surveys at all attitudes, all latitudes, east, west, north, south. It doesn't matter. It's a relative tool. It does not suffer the same problems you have going east and west with the north finding system. We have the smallest gyro in the world. It's the slimmest gyro. It has the diameter of a dime, and it can survey with the same performance that you would expect from a gyro much larger. And we would be very happy to demonstrate how this gyro and all of our gyros work for you at any time.
We're really excited that early next year we're expecting to be rolling out our gyro measurement while drilling system. And we think it's going to be a hit and extremely useful for our customers, either available for rental or for sale. Rotary steerable is coming really soon. We're expecting to have it ready sometime next year. So keep tuned to the website, and we'll also let everyone know that's signed into our newsletter and our social media. We'll let you know when we're ready and it's been commercialized.
And for a word from our next sponsor, we've got Philip Allen with Erdos Miller. Sir, take it
David.
away.
First off, I'd like to thank the IADD committee and for putting on this virtual forum, and everyone that's in attendance. It's kind of been a crazy year for all of us, as you know, from oil and gas crash to the pandemic to social and political issues. If you're thinking like me, you're like, damn, what's next? What am I going to have to endure and go through next week or the next day? Needless to say, we've all had to make some sort of adjustments. 2020 has shown us that if you're not ready for anything, you could lose everything. So that's kind of the motto that we have taken. At Erdos Miller, our adjustments have been strictly customer based. We've asked questions like, how can we help you? How can we be better? What differentiates our tool from our competitor's tool? We implemented a rental program this year, so customers who have been affected by the coronavirus and companies can still rent their tools and still be able to do their jobs and save a little bit of money in the process. We hired field engineers to be on site. They're able to set up tools for customers, help with integration, and answer any questions that they may have right there on the fly. So that's been great for us. We've set up support lines that are available 24 hours a day for customers to call in questions. We have engineers that are ready and willing to take those 2 and 3 a.m. phone calls if need be. It's one of those deals where we understand as a company that during this time, getting a rig is it's almost like winning a Willy Wonka golden ticket. Right? I mean, you get a hold of one, you want to hold on to it. You want to do everything in your power to make sure that no one gets it from you, that you're as successful as you can possibly be with what you've got. And your tools need to be reliable. I know that as this forum has gone on, you've heard a lot about reliability and how companies, it's great to have jobs, but they're looking for that reliability, that stamp that says, this tool is approved, we can use this, it's not going to fail. And so we've taken that approach. We've gone to customers and we've asked them, how can we be better? How can we make our tools better? How can we provide solutions for you to be successful? So I can sit here and tell you about features on our MicroPulse DM until I'm blue in the face. I can talk about, continuous inclination and azimuth. I mean, everyone's got that. But is your tool reliable? How can you be more reliable in the field? How can you ensure the success of the company that you're working with? And so we took that feedback. We fine-tuned our C-Inc and our C-As algorithms on our MicroPulse. We partnered with companies like Superior QC to qualify third-party calibrations on our tools. We partnered with Dynaqual. We do what's called a Haas test, which is a highly accelerated stress screen. And so our MicroPulse DM goes through a rigorous range of testing at 175C. We're shaking and we're baking it. We're trying to break this thing because we know that once it passes that test, we know it's going to be a reliable tool for the customer. And we can kind of put our stamp on it. And we do that before sending it out to the customer. So our engineering team Our production team here at Erdos Miller, they work extremely hard around the clock to make sure that our customers are satisfied, they're taken care of, and that our algorithms, our firmware updates, when they come out, they actually help the customer versus us just throwing something out there to please. I've actually got a picture here. Let's see. So this here is a graph of our Micropulse 3 DM that was in the hold. Yes, can you see it?
You're not sharing the thing.
Oh no. Can I? Am I sharing now?
Get about 45 seconds.
Oh no, that's okay. I'll show it later.
Don't worry about it, guys.
Email me, erdosmiller.com. We'll take care of it. But going into that, like, we're not perfect by any means. We make mistakes just like everyone else, but we make adjustments and we make them quickly because we understand what's at stake for the customer. We continue to push the limits of technology without sacrificing performance or reliability. And we want to offer the best solution for you because you are the customer at the end of the day. You're what drives our company. So sorry about the slide, David.
No, don't worry, man. Don't worry about it.
This.
I'll say this: everybody that's watching, be sure to be supporting these sponsors because these are the people that have made this event free for everybody out there. We've still got over like 400 something people watching. All right, so our next thing here is a little bit of content from one of our sponsors, Oliden, and then right after that, we'll be jumping in with the guides from Lord Parker. All right. Thank you guys for watching that. That's some of the content from our sponsors who have made this event free. And speaking of sponsors, we've got the guys from Lord Parker that are here to be able to give a presentation today on shock and vibration. Kirk, Zach, thank you guys for being with us. If you guys can, be sure to share your page or share your screen so we'll be able to get that put up there on the screen. But Zach, Kirk, thanks guys for being here with us.
All right. Thank you, David. Yeah. Just wanted to thank everybody for participating in today's event, the IADD Virtual MWD Forum. I'm Kirk Ahrens. I'm the Business Development Manager at Parker Lord. Today, along with Zach Light, our lead mechanical engineer from our oil and gas engineering team, we're going to be sharing Zach's extensive knowledge and our shock and vibration studies with you. Zach has been working on the designs and the development of solutions to mitigate shock and vibration for our oil and gas customers. But before I toss it over to Zach, I wanted to give you guys a glimpse at who we are and why we're here today. As you can see, Parker has over 3,000 product lines and over 57,000 team members worldwide, with over 300 manufacturing plants and a presence in 50 countries. It's our ability to work collaboratively and locally that makes us invaluable to our customers. Now, Lord Corporation is a legacy company from which Zach and I both came from. In October of 2019, Parker Hannafin acquired Lord Corporation. So that was nearly a year ago. And you'll now see the Parker Lord logo like you see on the bottom left corner of the screen here, which represents our organization as a part of Parker. However, long before 2019, there were many synergies between Parker and Lord. As a quick little story here, the Spirit of St. Louis, which was flown by Charles Lindbergh on the first solo nonstop transatlantic flight from New York to Paris, featured vibration controls from Lord and fittings by Parker. Here's a quick look at our research and development centers around the globe. In our Erie, Pennsylvania facility, where Zach and our oil and gas engineering team are based, we have our state-of-the-art mechanical test lab. It's in this lab where we're able to perform critical tests and development of new products that have provided solutions for our oil and gas customers, as well as for our aerospace and industrial divisions. This lab is really the heartbeat of our operations as far as developing new technology. It's at this lab where we're able to prepare presentations like this one using fact-based data to better inform you on shock and vibration control methods. And while we have a long and proven track record of solving many solutions across many industries, it's our ability to leverage our aerospace proven processes and quality control systems in order to design and manufacture solutions that have solved critical problems for our downhole and offshore oil and gas customers. With that, I'm going to turn this presentation over to Zach Light for a dive into the fundamentals of shock and vibration.
Thank you, Kirk. So now we'll be moving into the vibration and shock section of the presentation. So first, I'd like to start out with the three modes of dynamic inputs into your bottom hole assembly. These are critical in order to successfully mitigate shock and vibration. So we'll start with axial vibration. Axial vibration is typically due to bit bounce, jarring, or axial excitation tools. Typically, axial vibration and shock is most damaging. However, with the advancements of shock reduction tools, or SRTs, the amount of axial shock is slowly becoming mitigated and is becoming a smaller issue. Moving on to lateral vibration. Lateral vibration is due to bending and whirl of the drill string. Lateral vibration is slowly becoming the high bar due to the successful mitigation of axial vibration. Next, we'll talk about torsional vibration. Torsional vibration is due to stick slip. However, in the MWD string, being typically 1 7/8 inch diameter, the moment of inertia around the center axis is relatively small. So torsional vibration inputs can often be smaller than lateral and axial vibration and shock inputs. Moving on to the difference between shock and vibration. So this is one of my favorite slides to show because it pulls shock and vibration up to an everyday real life situation. So on the left-hand side here, you see a shock event. or as you drive down the road, a pothole and you hit it in your car. So I'm sure many of you have been driving down the road and you hit one of these and you feel that sudden impulse or large amplitude shock wave into your vehicle. This would be an example of a shock event where it's typically high amplitude, but there's only a couple events in series. However, in comparison to the right-hand side, we have vibration, which is similar to a set of rumble strips on the road. So as you can see, the amplitudes are significantly lower. However, the frequency is higher. This relates directly over to vibration. So moving on to the next slide. So how does vibration and shock affect our drilling? First, vibration is critical to mitigate because it can cause fatigue on both hard parts and electronics. For example, fatigue in your pressure barrels can cause cracking, or fatigue in your electronics versus your modules, your batteries, and also any of your wiring or solder connections become loose and you can lose signal or cause intermittent ground faults. Moving on to shock. So shock inputs can exceed well over 200 Gs. A single shock event can destroy an MWD string and its sensitive components. Tripping out of the hole from these electronic failures is equal to losing money within the company. So anytime a trip is required, this is costing us not only money, but valuable time. And as we push the limits of today's aggressive shock and vibration drilling, while saving money, time is a critical asset. So moving on to the fundamental shock and vibration theory of the MWD string. So in the bottom, you can see a tool string, which is your mass, connected to an isolator, which is your spring damper on the left lower hand corner of the screen. This can be directly related over to a mass spring damper system, where you have mass of your tool string, shown here. You have the coefficient of friction with your centralizing fins or stabilizers, and then you have your damping coefficient and spring rate down in the bottom here inside your isolator. This is where the majority of our tuning and fine adjustments can successfully mitigate shock and vibration because we can change the variables of the spring rate and also the damping coefficients. Finally, displacement is a must in successfully mitigating shock and vibration. In order to mitigate shock and vibration, you must displace the mass in order to absorb that energy and allow for time elongation of your shock curve. Next, I'll be touching on the two forced response systems. We have a base excited system to the left-hand side, and we have a mass excited system on the right. The base excited system is directly related to your MWD system, where your inputs are coming through your bottom hole assembly and then up through your MWD tool string. This would be similar to your automobile suspension system, where as you're driving down the road and you hit bumps in the road, your suspension absorbs that and protects the occupancy compartment. Looking at the mass excited system, this would be similar to your engine in your car, where you have mounts or isolators attached to your engine, and we're trying to isolate that mass from providing inputs into the remainder of the vehicle for comfort. Another example of this would be a washing machine, where you have the drum of the washing machine causing inputs of vibration into the rest of the system, and we're trying to isolate that from the remainder of the system. Next, we'll take a look at what does a shock impulse look like. So this is an example of a typical shock load. You have a half sine pulse shown in this plot with your acceleration on the y-axis. You have your time domain on the x-axis, and as you can see, this is not typically the dominant input, or shock is typically the dominant input, not vibration in an MWD tool string. We model this as a half sine pulse, and it's similar to a sledgehammer blow. So if you take a hammer and you were to hit something hard and you get that bounce back, that is what a shock event looks like. Oftentimes, shock and vibration can be very difficult to identify in the downhole drilling environment because a series of shock events could actually look like a harmonic input, and depending on the duration and the accuracy of those shock inputs versus the relative time domain and how they're spaced out is how we can decipher versus shock versus your vibration. So moving on to what shock looks like in a non-isolated system. So you can see a similar plot here. However, we have an input curve with a steep, high amplitude slope, and we have an output curve that matches this. In most events, shock output is equal to shock input. However, depending on the frequency of the shock and where your natural frequency is of your system, you can actually cause amplification into your tool string, which we'll visit in a later slide. So consider a sledgehammer on a concrete floor. So as you take the hammer, you get an initial quick shock right back, and you can also cause damage to the floor. There's no padding or anything to absorb that energy. Moving on to an isolated system, you can see that the input curve is still here. However, the output is significantly flattened and the time duration is extended. This is critical in mitigating shock and vibration because as we can extend this input time duration, we can allow damping and the mass to displace to remove energy of the system and also flatten this curve. So consider a sledgehammer on a concrete floor with a slab of rubber on top. In comparison to the hammer bouncing right back off, the hammer hits the rubber and compresses and softens that blow. That softening is where we're extending that time duration in order to minimize the peak and flatten the curve. So revisiting frequency ratio. Frequency ratio is extremely important in a rigid system because this is where amplification can occur. So as shock transmissibility approaches 1, when the natural frequency, the shock transmissibility can be greater than 1 as the natural frequency approaches shock frequency. So as you show this plot here with the red line, this is your half sine shock input. However, when the frequency ratio of your natural frequency and your shock frequency align 1 to 1, you can actually have a 1.4 amplification factor. So for example, 100 G input can amplify to 140 Gs if your shock frequency aligns with your natural frequency. So to summarize the shock and vibration section of this PowerPoint, I'd like to touch on a couple key points. First, we must allow for sway space in the assembly to elongate the shock curve. Without elongating the shock curve from that displacement, you cannot successfully mitigate shock and vibration. Moving on to the next bullet point, by incorporating damping into your system and using the time duration that you now elongated due to allowing that mass to float, we can remove energy from the system so that we don't conserve 100% energy into your isolated mass. A couple of the most typical methods of damping are elastomeric, viscous, or frictional. These are your most common in your MWD string and also with your shock reduction tools. Next, isolators must be designed for targeted inputs and parameters. This is extremely critical in speccing out the spring rate, the damping coefficient, and also what mass it will be supporting. For example, if you have a high frequency isolator and you also place a high damped material, you can generate excessive heat and the isolator could fail prematurely, causing more damage to your isolated components. Finally, what we've seen from our customers is shock protection investments upfront often result in less risk and lower operating costs on the end. So the initial price tag that you'll see on an isolator typically could deter some customers. However, on the back end, on what you're saving with the reliability, less risk of a trip, and also saving those sensitive MWD components is normally worth the cost up front. Now I'll be passing it back over to Kirk.
All right, so as you can see here are some of our downhole systems that we've developed based on Zach's studies and general properties of shock and vibration mitigation. On the left here, we have our axial isolator, which many of you may already be aware of, and some of you may not. But this is an inline axial isolator that goes between your lower end and your pulsar on your MWD tool string. And it's shown here with and without added centralization, which has been something that customers have asked us if we could implement into the design for a few years. So we have that available as an add-on feature. In the center middle on the top, you'll see an assortment of our MWD snubbers, and these are placed directly onto the chassis of each of the tool modules, such as the gamma, batteries, electronics, pulsars, and provide excellent shock and vibration mitigation on a tool level. Below that is our 5-inch fin, which you can see we've incorporated onto the axial centralizer on the left. It can also be used on interconnect, so it's a versatile fin. It can be used for multiple purposes, and also gives lateral compliance and lateral shock mitigation. On the far right, you'll see 2 examples of our soft shoe product line. Those go below your mill shoe sleeve and lock into your UBHO. So this is a shorter package, which you can think of as a snubber for your entire tool string. Now, each of these can be used independently or in unison for additive effect as a system. And again, here's a list of our patented and patent pending products by category, just for, again, for quick review. For our downhole isolators, we have the snubbers, the axial isolator, the centralizer fins, and soft shoes. We also make smaller elastomer components such as bellows and compensation membranes for your pulsers. We have a line of soft mount micro mounts and a variety of configurations for mounting boards down to the board level. And something that we're developing right now is our lateral isolator, which is currently in downhole testing, and we're looking to roll out early next year. And that's going to conclude what we've got for our presentation today. We'd like to open it up for questions and answers, please. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So we do have a handful of questions that have come in. So guys, if you guys have got any more questions about what they just covered, be sure to throw them out here. Here's the first one that comes in from YouTube. I'm not going to try to pronounce the name. Shouldn't you measure shock as GRMS rather than total G?
So this is dependent on what you're looking at. So typically, yes, GRMS will be what you would evaluate shock and vibration at. However, looking at the maximum amplitude of a single shock event, you should look at total G.
All right, let me see if I can scroll through here. We're going to get some of these queued up. Not getting as many questions as we fully anticipated. Somebody is asking, is there a patent on the soft shoe? That's from Larry Wright.
That's patent pending, Zach. Did that final patent, was it approved here just recently?
Yeah, so we just received the patent, I believe it might have been a week ago, from the European patent attorney. We're still waiting. It's patent pending on the others.
So I do have a question for you guys. If we are using, stabilization methods, or dampening the MWD system, would that reduce the quality of any shock and vibration measurements that the MWD tool is actually taking then?
So typically, actually, by adding the isolators into the system, you remove a lot of noise that can alter your signals through your instruments. So it actually would help out in order to see what shock values you actually have. And to be able to successfully mitigate it is the end result. So it's not going to affect the data, but it should knock down the magnitudes that you're seeing and actually provide cleaner data.
Excellent. Let's see. Here's a great question for you guys. Is there anything being made to act as a shock sub to help with bit bounce? Are you guys looking to be able to get into some of the collar mounted stuff as opposed to just being on the MWD tool?
We are. We actually have some in development now. Can't go into it too deeply, but yes, that is something.
Oh, come on. Tell us everything you're not supposed to say. I know your marketing department's watching. Come on. Tell us all the stuff you're not supposed to say.
Yeah, that is something that we're currently in development on. That's separate from the lateral isolator that we discussed earlier. It's a little bit more of a longer term project.
Here's a great one from Tony Russell. Does the probe-based axial isolator provide torsional protection?
So the axial isolator is designed specifically for axial isolation. However, we have done custom torsional isolators as well, mainly from a module level, not as much from a system level, because of the small moment of inertia that you have about your neutral axis of that probe style tool. There's not normally a significant amount of torsional vibration and shock. However, we do have isolators from a component standpoint.
Do you guys have any statistics on with and without suspension? I do for my 96 Civic. I'm joking. I don't have a 96 Civic. That one's up to you guys. Do y'all have any statistics for with and without vibration?
Yeah, so we actually have that right on our sell sheet on lord.com. So if you were to navigate to our webpage and you'd click on, say, axial isolator, you can see a comparison of without a shock tool and with a shock tool. And the results are pretty impressive. We see about 90% shock mitigation from the axial isolator.
And we also have some testimonials provided to us by our customers who, in the early days when we were testing it downhole, we were trying to prove that axial isolators were a product that would fit into tool string and be something that would be beneficial to the industry. So I have information like that I could follow up and email out to folks.
So from our previous panelist, who's still watching, he said it wasn't too late there. It's not past bedtime just yet. How is it different to mitigate multiple shock and vibrations, torsional, lateral, axial, or only one or two of them present?
So the way that we design our isolators is they have a specific job. So an axial isolator is focused solely on axial excitations, whereas your lateral isolator is focused strictly on your lateral vibration. So each isolator has a designated axis that it's isolating or protecting from shock. So a lot of it comes down to your available envelope. So if you think about an axial isolator, the tool string pretty much has infinite stroke, where that isolator can compress and elongate as much as it wants. However, when you move into lateral, which has been one of the tough challenges to solve, is you're restrained into that 1 7/8 diameter probe style tool or the inside of your drill collar. So you don't have as much free sway space, is what we call it, to allow that isolator to move. And as it comes down to torsional, torsional is very similar to axial, where you have almost infinite sway space. However, you need to make sure that your sensors and any instrumentation you have, you don't lose orientation. So that's also critical.
Oh, you got to keep tool face. That's silly. Yep. All right, next question. Mitch Bancroft, who is going to be on the panel here in just a little bit. So hopefully he'll stick around and keep watching, and the rest of the guys over there at Bench Tree. What are the advantages and disadvantages of using polymers as an isolator as opposed to oil-filled axial isolators?
So this is a good question. And what we've seen is, if you think of an oil-filled isolator, you're pushing oil through an orifice, similar to the suspension on your car. With an elastomer in there, you have nonlinear properties of both a spring. So as you compress a piece of elastomer, it's nearly incompressible. So once you run out of free volume, you infinitely stiffen. So for example, you can't overload the tool. If you were to overload the tool, it would bulk load into the housing and you never have a hard metal to metal contact. So that's one advantage of the elastomer with the nonlinear spring rate, and then also with the damping. And the next advantage that we see is, being a mechanical solution, you have very little seals and points of leakage. So as you go down hole, it's fully compression or pressure rated, whereas typically in an oil-filled isolator, you have to account for those downhole pressures.
It's self-compensating by ports on the housing, so we allow that a little bit of the drilling fluid to enter and lubricate. So you don't have to worry about that event where, if you do lose the compensation over pressure bladder, there's not going to be that cliff event.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. All right, so on to our next one. Thanks, Mitch, for the question, and thanks for watching. And have you guys been considering high-frequency torsional oscillation? This is actually a two-part question, so let me ask you. I didn't see the first part of it here. From data I've been observing, it appears that lateral shock and vibration is typically more visible than axial, as recorded by MWD. What is your take on that? And then he kind of had a follow-up question. So you're getting a 2-for-1 here, Ari.
Yeah.
And have you been considering high-frequency torsional oscillation? Thanks for watching, and appreciate the questions.
Yeah, I thought he had some good points there. And so early on in the axial isolator development, obviously axial shock was, the big sore thumb, showing up on shock and vibe logs. So as these devices got introduced and we started seeing axial shock mitigation come down and the shock spikes come down, all of a sudden the lateral shock and vibe started sticking out and being the sore thumb. And that's where we've kind of come and been developing our 5-inch rubber fins to help some of that lateral mitigation. And, I know with our lateral isolator that's in development, that's kind of been like the product that the industry has been longing for a long time, but nobody's quite yet been able to put something together. So far, we're looking pretty good on the solution that we've come up with. Just, it's going to take a little bit more time to develop, especially with the lower rig count and with people less inclined to put new things downhole these days. Zach, do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I have something to add. So with the high frequency torsional oscillation, we also look at our isolators as a complete package. So you have the axial isolator, which is primarily focused on your axial isolation. And then with your snubbers being a component based, those provide high frequency torsional protection to your individual modules or components.
All right. So now we've got oops, hold on. It's like as soon as I want to click on something, somebody puts in a comment and everything shifts up one, so I can't get it. So Jacob, who's on the operator panel presentation later today, says, thanks for the presentation. Does your elastomer in your isolator have a temp rating where degradation begins? Excellent question. Mm-hmm. That's why he's on the panel.
Yes, we have two elastomers we have standard and hot hole elastomer for each of our setups, whether it's the axial isolator, the soft shoe, or the snubbers. And our standard elastomer is rated up to 300 degrees, or the hot hole is up to 350. So 150 C and 175 C.
And to add to Kirk's point here, so those are the maximum recommended operating temperature. So say if you accidentally ran a standard elastomer kit down hole, the failure mode would be compression set. So even though you're running a standard elastomer in a whole environment, the fatigue life is where it suffers. So as it takes compression set, your tool is just not going to last as long. It's still going to perform. It's still going to provide shock protection due to the elastomer properties.
So this is from the EduCave admin. This is actually a educational school based in India for fresh graduates. Do you encounter any effects when you go for mitigation of torsional vibration?
I'm not sure.
I'm letting you interpret that one, however. But you're smarter than I am. So
my best shot. So any effects, I'm going to take that from a tuning of your system or tuning of your isolator. So you really need to, so you really need to understand what kind of inputs you're going to be seeing into your tool string, because you're going to have several different natural frequencies, whether it's electronics modules, just bottom hole assembly inputs, or any of your other components that could be possibly influencing your natural frequency. So natural frequency is a big thing that you need to look into your effects, and then also the amount of allowable rotation when you're looking at torsional.
So I know this. Last question here. I'm going to steal it, guys. We got about a minute left. As far as looking at an MWD system, how much of an effect have you guys looked at this that do the fin centralization have on the tool?
So we've found a pretty significant effect, especially when looking into the elastomer properties. So we specifically tuned ours to match and to avoid natural frequencies of, say, the tool string acting like a tuning fork if you're rigidly mounted. So we've done quite a bit of analyses, both dynamic and statically, to see what kind of effects these fins can do in effectively mitigating the lateral shock and vibration. And that's why you see those also on like our lateral isolator, because that plays a critical component.
Well, Kirk, Zach, thank you guys both so much for being here. Thank you also for being the co-sponsor of today's event and making this free for so many people around the world. I appreciate both of you very, very much. Despite you guys having to work within the corpo regulations, I'm glad you guys were able to get this one pulled together. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate both of you and Parker Lord, and look forward to more technical presentations and stuff coming out of you guys in the future. All right, guys, now we're moving on.
David, we're happy to do it, and we appreciate the invite.
Awesome, guys. All right, so I'm going to boot you guys out of here, boot them out. All right, guys, now we're moving on to the next portion of this. So we've got a sponsor presentation. Our number one sponsor, they have done so much for us today, and I would ask you all to please stay tuned, listen to this. These are the guys at Applied Physics. They're the ones who put up the most money to be able to make this thing free for everybody, right? So, this means a whole lot to me. So we've got Gary Holloman, who's joining us from Applied Physics. Oops, I need to get that thing off your face. Hold on. Click that button one more time. There, it's gone. All right, Gary, thank you so much for being here. What do you got for us today, sir?
Well, first of all, David, thanks for having us here, having this whole forum. This has been a fun watch this morning. And I really want to thank the IADD for allowing us to present today. So I think we're just going to talk about
IADD. Get your alphabet soup mixed up there, buddy. IADD, not AAD. But that's all right. That's the other guys that are trying to put on presentations virtually, but they're not as good as us.
Well, I thought I said IADD, but maybe
all right. Maybe I just heard it wrong. I don't know.
That's all good. So we're going to give a brief presentation on applied physics and where we see things this year and where we see things going in the very short future.
All right. Go ahead and share your screen there, please, sir.
All right. Let's see how we can do this.
All right, guys. As he's getting it prepared and put together, I want to be able to say big thanks to all of our sponsors. And if you guys are still watching, please tag your friends in the comments. Share it on social media. Let's share it on Facebook. Share it on YouTube. I don't know how you share stuff on YouTube. Just share the link or whatever on stuff. The more that we've got watching, the better. We definitely owe our sponsors our full undivided attention. These guys have been absolutely great for us. And so here we go. Add to stream. There we go. Gary, take it away, sir.
Well, it looks like I solved this technology to start with, which is always a start here. So first, a brief introduction of myself, Gary Holman. I'm the product manager and engineering manager for Applied Physics Systems. I have about 20 years experience in the MWD realm, working for past companies like Stream Engineering, Schlumberger, Baker Hughes, Lean Drilling Systems, and now Applied Physics. I've worked with mud pulse, EM, and acoustic telemetry and various sensors, and I'm just very pleased to be part of the Applied Physics team today and talk about where we see technology going and basically the industry in 2020. A little bit about the company for people who don't know us. We were founded almost 45 years ago by Dr. Bill Goodman, who still is active, and he comes in the office every day, and he's in part of our research and development group. And he's doing really interesting things with accelerometers and magnetometers right now, which we hope to roll out in the near future. Our head office is in Mountain View, California, so please come visit us if you have a chance, and with district offices in Calgary and Houston. Like I said, we design, manufacture, operate, and lease MWD equipment, along with various sensors. I won't get into all that. We have a great website at appliedphysics.com. Please visit us there for all our details and spec sheets. What can we say about 2020? What a challenging year. High reservoir levels, low demand, overproduction, 255 rigs today. I can't fathom that. That's 30% of where we were last year. It's made it very difficult for all of us service providers to stay active and be economical in this environment. Add to that, pandemic enforcement, social distancing guidelines, unable to go visit our clients or customers because of closed offices. It's just a difficult year to interact with clients or collaborate with people. So we're, doing these virtual conferences, which is always an interesting opportunity. Add to that, uncertain financial projections and bleak outlooks. We've seen a large reduction in capital expenditures and reduced repair and maintenance. But I want to focus on the important thing. We're still here. You all are still here. MWD will continue to survive and will be stronger in 2021 because of 2020. So trends in the MWD business, we see the importance of our regional offices, various collaborations we've done this year, a focus on technology, and a flexible use of equipment and people. Again, we have regional offices in Calgary and Houston, and during 2020, California was shut down for a large period of time, and we were able to keep work moving and service our customers by moving assets around to the various districts, to Calgary or Houston, or when Houston shut down shortly, back to Calgary, and we were able to keep things moving because of these district offices. And in that process, we added people, we added inventory, we added capability to do repairs, and try to be more efficient with those district offices than we have in the past. It's all about improving our turnaround to our customers, and we will be adding full sensor calibration to those district offices this year. So your applied physics sensors can go right into that district office and get turned around and calibrated and get back to you in a short period of time. With fewer jobs available, having to respond faster and quicker to your customers is paramount. Being available 24/7 or having a local presence to show up when the opportunity is available, it makes a difference between you keep the job or you don't. So we've leveraged this many times this past year. And as well with the quarantine and travel logistics, having a local office sometimes has allowed us to meet on short opportunities and get some work done. Collaborations. We've had good luck this year working with various other companies to improve MWD. MWD is kind of the data provider, as you were, to provide the data on the BHA to the surface where all the real decisions are made. So we've been lucky to pair downhole technologies like smart motors, rotary steerables, resistivity tools, and other BHA sensors into our MWD suite. We've had a fabulous run with a company called Kinetic Upstream, who built a rotary steerable, who are really knocking it out of the park, and we were very lucky to be part of their collaborative experience. Service technologies. MSA has become more and more standard, and drilling dynamics, geosteering, Round Labs, we have worked with extensively this year to work on a MSA delivery that just press a button and it works for you. So we're trying to deliver all these features, and collaboration really allows us to get things done faster. And as part of this, we've created a downhole wireless network that allows us to connect various BH components, almost plug and play, into our MWD system. So it really reduces the integration and testing times. Focus on technology. Our industry is always changing. I was 20 years ago, all we concentrated on was building vertical wells. Today, very sophisticated laterals, horseshoe wells, wells that we can't drill now will be ones we have to drill tomorrow. Hotter, more vibration, deeper, and they want all the services they have today. So technology is what will allow us to stay competitive and have that work available to us. Our MWD EM platform has been a market leader, and we are improving our transmitter and receivers this year to allow EM drilling in more formations and basins. As anyone would say, EM has a knock. It says you can't drill EM there. We're trying to prove that wrong. I think EM will really surprise people in the next year or two of where it will work and what it will show the end result. So look forward to producing more EM MWD in the marketplace. Our MWD components are more modular, so we have mud pulse, EM, dual telemetry, and even an HDD offering that all uses the same equipment, plugged however you need to attack certain price points or whatever else technology you need to work at. Our sensors are moving to a plug and play for repairs, so that instead of being a monolithic brick, they can be taken apart and put back together much quicker, faster, and back to the customer, because these are a huge price tag out for customers. And when they're gone for a period of weeks, it reduces the work they're capable of doing. So we're trying to figure out new ways to reduce this repair time. And as well, higher data rates. We saw this earlier in the presentations. We have some field trial going out here shortly where we're going to show 100 to 200 baud as possible. There's maybe an uptick of thousands of baud capable. This is really exciting, and as part of the MWD company, we're really looking forward to demonstrating this. This is a brief thing of our dual telemetry system, which we call our AP1250, with pulsar, EM, and connected with a short hop technology to make everything very modular. Flexibility. we want to use the same equipment to solve the different problems and price points. We refer to it as the Swiss Army approach, knife approach, where one kit can do so many things. You can configure it to go after a low price mud pulse job, or you can go after a high-end dual telemetry with ranging capability. You can do that with the same equipment, just configuring it differently. And we think this gives you an ability to attack different problems or projects with the same assets. The increasing reliability has also moved into remote connectivity, and we have to stay connected to our tools. People are wondering what they're doing 24/7, and people are monitoring from the cities, from their head offices, and the more connected we can be, the better visibility of our equipment and the results from it. As we talk about technology and how important it is, we want to have a clear path for technology upgrades. Your equipment that you bought 5 years ago should be upgradable to the new technology when it arrives this year. That's a core part of our business, and we want to keep that philosophy in mind as we move forward. Again, with this economic downturn and the pandemic, with the capital kind of being tight, rental and lease options are available for short-term project work. So if you needed one or two things to take on some project work for a 2 or 3 month time, we have that. We can help you. We have the solutions, and we have the assets to do so. And a common look and feel across all of our equipment and interfaces to allow operators who are trained in one side of our equipment to use all aspects of our equipment, because it doesn't require retraining. Every piece looks the same. Everyone behaves the same. It uses the same tools to set it up. This is a kind of complicated presentation slide here, but it shows all the various configurations that we can do with one EM mud pulse kit, and how we can configure it in different ways to go after different jobs and different capabilities. Lastly, here's our support, where we can be found: California, Texas, Canada, for repairs operations. My email's not on here. It's Gary@appliedphysics.com. If you wanted to reach out to me and talk about anything you saw today, I'll be welcome to talk about it. Love talking about MWD. That's my business. It's my passion. I've been doing it for 20 years, and we look forward to doing it for the many years to come. I think that's it, Dave.
Well, Gary, thank you guys so much for being here, and excuse me, sorry about that, and putting on this presentation. It was great to see and to have you guys as a sponsor. We got about a minute left here. Any last words from you guys and the group over there at Applied Physics?
Reach out to us if you have any questions on our equipment, or if you have some problems that you're experiencing in the field. We're more than willing to work with you and come up with solutions and really solve your problem. That's what we're here for. We're not here to just make equipment and let it sit on the shelf. We want to put it downhole and make money for you all.
Well, Gary, thank you so much, guys. We've got the sponsor presentations going right now, and on to the next one. Another one of our significant sponsors here. This video is from Compass. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring this event.
With the right data at the right time, Osiris High-Speed MWD gives you the power of control. With a much lower cost than dual telemetry tools and data transmission rates to the surface at up to 4 bits per second, Osiris is a mud pulse telemetry service engineered to help you make informed decisions along the well plan to reduce your well time and maximize production. Osiris provides a very wide flow range of 35 to 1100 gallons per minute and can operate in lost circulation material concentrations of 30 to 50 pounds per barrel medium nut plug. Osiris can be used in HPHT wells up to 175 degrees centigrade and 20,000 psi. Osiris high-speed MWD has dynamic telemetry that switches automatically between rotating and sliding with no need to program checkpoints in the telemetry sequence, all while measuring real-time shock, vibration, and RPM to optimize drilling. For legendary systems you can trust, you turn to Compass. But what about gyro survey or gyro measurement while drilling? Well, Compass is more than just MWD. Here are a few words from our own Kim Carrier.
To complement the Compass MWD product line, our survey division advocates the use of gyros on MWD projects wherever magnetic field distortion, interference may be present, and may be creating uncomfortable levels of uncertainty. Operators are increasingly using directional tools from surface to TD in these high-performance drilling projects, and there can be issues associated with that. We can squeeze that uncertainty ellipse down with gyro services in most of these cases to get your comfort back to where it needs to be. Our Seeker family of gyro survey tools includes a super rugged laser-fired NART-seeking gyro that is really a remarkable tool. It maintains its calibration better than most any other system out there, especially the old spinning wheel NART-finding gyros of the past. We also offer state-of-the-art solid-state MEMS-based gyros, namely the twin gyro system, which produces two very accurate and independent surveys at the same time. The twin package does these surveys at all attitudes, all latitudes, east-west, north-south. It doesn't matter. It's a relative tool. It does not suffer the same problems you have going east and west with the NART finding system. Our Seeker Mini 138 gyro is the smallest, slimmest gyro in the world, but yet delivers the performance that you would expect from a much larger system. We are pushing forward with a new version of this super slim gyro where we'll actually have two gyros in the same envelope. So you'll have redundant surveys to increase your level of comfort in providing surveys with such a very, very small instrument. And we would be very happy to demonstrate how this gyro and all of our gyros work for you at any time. We also have some very exciting developments coming down the pike, so to speak, as we are actively engaged in proof of concept field testing of a new gyro-based MWD system. The first two trials of this gyro system were resounding successes, and we expect continuing success as we test this new gyro MWD in all of its designed for applications. Our commitment at Compass to delivering superior multi-sensor high-speed MWD performance will be extended to this new gyro-based MWD system. You can bet on that.
Rotary steerable is coming really soon. We're expecting to have it ready sometime next year. So keep tuned to the website, and we'll also let everyone know that's signed into our newsletter and our social media. We'll let you know when we're ready and it's been commercialized. But coming soon.
Compass, thank you for your sponsorship. Guys, coming up next is the service company and MWD OEM operator, not operator, OEM provider panel. We've got a couple more words from our sponsors. Next up is Olden. Thank you to the guys over at Oleden for those messages there and being able to sponsor this event. As I said earlier, they are the ones, all of these sponsors are the ones that are helping make this content free to everybody out there, not just here in the US, but worldwide, because we are the International Association of Directional Drilling. And for our next sponsor, Key Drill.
Hello to everyone out there. I'm John Weatherly, and I'm the Director of Sales at Key Drill Technology. We'd like to welcome everyone to the Key Drill session of this MWD Forum. We'd also like to give a special thank you to the IADD team and all the sponsors for making this event happen and also making it free for the attendees. We're excited to be a part of it. For those of you out there that have not heard of Key Drill, I'd like to share a little bit about us. Key Drill is a leader in the design and manufacturing of reliable, high-tech measurement well drilling systems. We provide a complete package of the best and premium guidance tools, which includes hardware, software, accessories, and support. It doesn't end there. The team is committed to the ongoing research and development of state-of-the-art MWD technology. It's also important for us to listen to our customers to identify industry needs and then the engineering solutions so that we can provide the ultimate advantage in MWD technology. We are known for reliable tools and responsive support. Key Drill tools are run in 13 countries around the world. We'd like to extend that presence and add a few more dots to this map. With 11 years of development and innovation and nearly 1,200 systems in operation, the Key Drill decode system is a field-proven, industry-leading decoder. We recently enhanced our noise-canceling algorithms to automatically reject several different noise sources, such as agitators and the change in ID of the drill string, which allows for more reliable, consistent decodes. We also teamed up with survey experts at Magvar and Superior QC to create an automated survey correction workflow for these two services. This automated procedure really helps to avoid human error. It saves time and improves the wellbore accuracy by eliminating the manual data entry. When you use our decode system with our downhole electronics, you get the unique innovative features such as short collar correction, asynchronous downhole alerts, and stick slip detection. The development of the high temperature tools is a great example of Key Drill listening to its customers and the industry need. These tools have gone through the successful completion of shop testing as well as multiple field runs, and our customers are extremely happy that the tools not only survive the high temperatures, but also continue working during these extreme conditions. Let us know if your next job requires hot hole tools. Like all of our tools, the azimuthal gamma is compatible with most MWD systems on the market today. With our azimuthal gamma, you can telemeter up to 8 sectors real time, while 16 sectors are being logged downhole. I'm showing an example of our integrated logging software. This is showing 4-sector trace, up, down, left, and right, and also the image log along with total gamma. We have approximately 100 units in operation today. PWD is becoming more and more popular for monitoring hole cleaning, as well as reservoir pressure management and early detection of pipe washouts. Our tool can be added directly to your existing string. It's a retrievable solution. We provide both annular and drill pipe pressure in static and dynamic readings. ECD is calculated on surface automatically. This comes in 3 sizes, 4 3/4, 6.5, and 8 inch. As we end this, I just want to share with you a couple of roadmap items that we have coming up. One is auto reporting for remote support. The other is a tool lifetime analyzer. Well, this concludes the Key Drill session, I want to thank everybody for being here. If you have any questions or want more information, contact me. Check us out at keydrill.com and follow us on LinkedIn. Thanks again, and enjoy the rest of the MWD Forum.
All right, thank you for those messages from our sponsors today. We really do appreciate it. Next up, guys, is the service company and OEM manufacturing. Screw it. You guys know who's next. It's Mitch Bancroft. It's Jason Dickinson. It's Kid Miller. It's Hunter Simmons. It's this trio. It's these guys. They are the ones up here. And this panel is brought to you by, let me find the little thing. This panel is brought to you by Compass MWD, LWD, gyros, rentals, maintenance, and more. Thank you guys for being a sponsor. We do appreciate it. All right. Let's jump right into it, guys. No introductions needed. We all know who each other is. And if you're watching out there, you should already know who these individuals are. So I will get straight into it. What is the biggest issue in MWD currently? Mitch, lead us off.
The biggest issue? Well, that's kind of a very broad question there, but
I totally forgot to put my mic in the right spot. I'm not going to go with the real technical ones. We can save the technical ones for later.
I'd say the biggest issue out there with MWD, as far as from the manufacturer's perspective, is or I should say from the service director's perspective, is probably reliability at hot hole, accuracy. That's essentially what MWD is designed to do, is there to provide an accurate measurement in a reliable fashion. And if providers aren't able to do that, that's always going to be our biggest issue.
Jason, you want to jump in there from the service company side?
Absolutely. And Mitch, that I agree with that as well. I mean, Total as a company has always put reliability and performance, first and foremost. And the tools that we've ran over the years, even though the high temp application wasn't always there, we're always using those high temp tools because we understood the thermal headroom that needed to be there to survive these runs. So as we push harder and faster, shock and vibration, downhole ruggedness and reliability, detection methods are definitely they're improving, and as a result, we're pushing tools harder and faster, and those duty cycles are really kicking it up. So, I see the challenge of probably a new temperature rating as being the floor. We're probably going to 200 C as a standard soon, and I know that from 175 to 200 is no small feat, and for the manufacturers themselves, this is going to be very challenging. But U.S. land and the basins that we're drilling in, they're going to need it. And our customers, I mean, we'll hear on the panel coming up, but our customers tell us, and we're fully engaged, that survivability and linear response with all our sensor measurements, like you said, at the end of the day, this is about taking surveys and drilling wells. So that information has to be dead accurate.
All right, let's turn it over to Mr. Ken Miller. What are your thoughts on the topic of biggest challenge or biggest issue with MWD currently?
You mean besides the lack of rigs to drill on?
Okay, yeah, there's that one.
I'd say the biggest thing is, to my mind, is a misalignment of, the directional companies and the technology companies, right? So, what we need as an industry is ongoing technology development that never stops. I mean, there's so many things that we've been talking about for 5 or 10 years that just still haven't materialized because there's just so much more work to get to, right? But we all know that they could exist and they could be here today if we could find a better business model to operate in, right? And right now, it's actually, financially to the directional company's disadvantage if a technology company comes up with a new product or a new invention or a new improvement, right? Because the technology company would have, inevitably spent a bunch of R&D money to come up with this new thing, and now it must be sold to the directional company, and they're going to have to either recapitalize or upgrade or whatever else. So, you look at the CFO seat of a directional driller, and he's like, man, I'd really love to just keep the industry at the status quo, not have to upgrade my equipment, not have to do anything, because then I'll never have to purchase upgrades. All I have to do is R&M on the stuff that I already have, right? And God forbid you have to go out and refleet your entire system because the vendor you chose in the past is no longer innovating, right? And so I think we have to explore entirely different business models to see the technology development move a lot faster.
All right, and now we'll move over to Mr. Hunter Simmons, who's broadcasting live from vacation in his car. We are all extremely jealous, sir. So what's your take on the biggest challenge facing MWD right now?
Yeah, this is live from my mobile studio here in Shreveport. But no, I kind of would ditto the previous guys when they said reliability is a big challenge. But for us, we want to deliver the straightest wellbores in the right zones at the best cost to our customer, and that's going to be a challenge with this market moving forward with prices as low as they are. We need prices higher. Well, we got to get our costs lower. So I'll be short and sweet with that one.
All right, no worries. Well, with that said, then I'll also put it out there to the audience that's watching. We still have quite a number of people watching. I'm really excited about this. Guys, this is the domestic panel here where we have domestic service companies and OEM manufacturers talking to us. You guys, please share this on LinkedIn, share it on your other social medias. And then if you've got questions, especially if you want to ask some pretty technical questions, we've got a group of people here that can answer those questions. So feel free to be able to start throwing stuff out there. Let's throw this back out there. So we've got two different companies on here. So we've got Hunter and Jason who are with service companies who are doing in-house technology development. So my question is, how important is it for the service companies to be able to start developing in-house versus looking outside of the company for technological help? Hunter, you want to take that one?
Sure. Starting where we are, or we were, as a mechanical engineering company or technology company, we had to lean on our vendors and electronics providers hard for development projects and other things like that. So as far as with Ken Miller and his company, Neuralis and Rhyme, everyone else we've leaned on as a vendor, But as we've matured, we are bringing those technologies in-house. We're able to develop those together inside, and it keeps that knowledge proprietary. It gives us a competitive advantage.
All right, Jason, from you.
Yeah, no, Total has an incredible experience, and we have a lot of data points running, and from that comes a great understanding on the actual drilling practice itself. Now we have trusted suppliers, and we lean on them, and they do things really well. And we find that I think from an integration perspective, we're entering territories for a while now that we feel we want to control that again as a competitive advantage. We've got the abilities to develop. We're not making sensors simply because we want to make a sensor. We're not going to approach that unless we feel we can do it better. And there are some smart integrated strategies, and we'll talk about from a rotary steerable standpoint as well. We've done that integration this year, and things like that make a lot of sense to us as a service company. And I think, our customers look at that as an advantage too. They don't want to hear that we're making 100% in-house. That can somehow, be too narrow in terms of scope and flexibility. We're very adaptable as a company. We can shift gears and we can move pretty quick. And so that that's kind of our strategy right now. So.
All right, so I have to apologize. So apparently we do need to do introductions. So we've got the question here. Who do these people represent and what companies? So my apologies. I'll let you guys. I thought you guys were like the most famous guys in the industry here. So we'll let you guys go through. You were just up, Jason. So go ahead and do a quick introduction for yourself. Okay. And then we'll get back into the questions. And then we'll go Jason, Mitch, Ken, and then back to Hunter with the introductions.
Okay. Real brief. I'm Jason Dixon. I'm VP Technology for Total Directional Services. And then I represent Total out of Windsor, Colorado. We operate as a directional company for U.S. land through Permian, Haynesville, up Williston, over in Marcellus. So we're all over the country. And I've been in the industry for over 15 years now, oil and gas for 20. And so that's me.
All right, Mitch, your turn.
Well, I conveniently put my company on my name list just in case y'all didn't know who I was. But My name's Mitch Bancroft. I'm with Benchtree Group. We are an MWD and LWD provider. I am the sales and business development manager for them. As well as been in the industry for about 15 years or so. Benchtree, like I said, we're an OEM manufacturer, so we started developing tensor-based tools. We've kind of branched off from there. We do some basic tensor drop-in replacements. We do semi-custom. We have a full system. We have a state-of-the-art resistivity tool. We sell, rent, lease, anything, tools all across the United States, Canada, as well as internationally.
Thank you, sir. All right, Ken, your turn.
Yeah, Ken Miller, co-founder and CEO of Erdos Miller. The Miller on the, where is it? Over here. There's the Miller, right? Abe Erdos was my original business partner. He and I started the company 13 years ago, and we are dedicated and unstoppably passionate about building the best MWD systems the industry has ever seen. Can't think of anything else to do with our time. We just love building tools. And, we've got our electronics, the downhole electronics now, and we're coming out with our surface system this year, which many customers have already got their hands on. And we're not going to stop there. Our mission in life is to build the best tools this industry has ever seen. We're just going to keep going.
Thank you, sir, for your passionate answer. All right, Hunter, who are you representing? Hunter, are you there? Oh, is Hunter frozen?
He's got a nice pose for being frozen.
Yeah.
He does.
Very unfortunate, that he's frozen now. I apologize. Well, hi, my name's Hunter Simmons, and I work for Gordon Technologies. Oh, wait, it moved.
Oh.
Is he back? Is he not?
I think you better move on, Dave.
All right, yeah. We've
Hunter
got tons of other
Simmons
questions.
here from
there we go.
Gordon Technologies. We are an MWD service company based up. Can you hear me?
Right. Hunter, I'm going to remove you from the thing. Log back in. Your connection is terrible, sir. So we just booted him out. We'll have him come back in here in a minute. Let's just kick him from the studio. Get guest there. Hunter, log back in so that we can get all your stuff rolling again. All right, so guys, here's the question. So Jason was just talking about integration and stuff. Let me ask you this question. As far as this has always been something that has plagued the MWD industry, how important is it to be compatible to legacy systems versus having to develop your own system and start moving forward? Mitch, would you like to start, please?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very important to be compatible with legacy systems. At Benchtree, we always look at backwards compatibility. We've always tried to offer the extension back to the old GE Tensor line, just in case people still have that stuff. But it's also important to improve your technologies and not be limited by those old legacy systems. So we want to provide all of our customer base some kind of upgrade path instead of just saying, hey, trash all your old tools and buy all our new stuff because we came out with something new this year. So I think it's very, very important for that. We even developed stuff called bridge boards so we can link in with anybody's technology. So if Jason at Total makes something that doesn't communicate on our platform, we can drop in a probe and make sure that he is able to communicate either on our CAN bus system or our Q bus system.
All right. Hunter's back with us. So you can answer both the question of backwards compatibility to legacy systems and where you're from. Oh, of course.
Oh, no.
All right. Ken, you're up.
Oh, complicated question, technical and financial, right? So obviously, look, our MicroPulse products.
I'm sorry, it wasn't a softball question, sir.
Oh yeah, okay. We're highly backwards compatible, right? Like we definitely have very advanced Q-bus operation, and there's a lot of that there, right? But there's a problem with the word legacy. I mean, we're trying to push the boundaries. We're trying to reduce our costs to drill in this depressed economic environment, but we want to use the old stuff, right? The old stuff doesn't do as well, right? Like. Okay, right. And so on top of the fact that, most everybody used to be pretty compatible because, I don't know, circa 2008 to 2014, we were all trying to, replace GE Tensor equipment. I was doing it. Benchtree was doing it. Toltec was doing it. Whatever. There was a standard that we were all trying to plug into and things were easier, right? But now we're in a highly competitive market, right? There's 250 rigs out there. I'm making equipment. Mitch is making equipment. Norales is making equipment. Keydrill's making equipment. I mean, it's very competitive out there, right? And everyone's trying to move things ahead, and the more they move ahead in their own direction, the less compatible everything's going to be, right? So one of the things that we've done as a company is taken time to invest into and publish a CAN bus specification for tools going forward that we are pushing and hoping for the industry to adopt, right? So, we're electronics nerds at heart. CAN bus is really cool. We really hate the old Q bus stuff, whatever. Still have a lot of compatibility for Q bus, but that CAN bus spec is out there. It's on our website. It's a free download. Check it out. And if you're building tools, let's all just hop on the CAN bus and play together, such that we can still have some compatibility going forward between all these SIF systems, even though it's not de facto.
Hunter, I was just about to say his name, and then his picture went black.
He's got to really quickly get to the next city or something to have a little bit, find the nearest cell tower and just drive, Hunter.
I think having several hurricanes in that area have not helped. All right, Jason, you're talking as far as backwards compatibility to some of the legacy systems out there.
Right. No, Ken and Mitch, they got it right. We're not looking at backwards compatibility as the fact that we're just holding on to this, legacy technology, and we're using something that's not being innovative. It comes down to economics as well. And compatibility through integrated systems has plagued the industry. This is a highly commoditized market. And, the ability to make changes and transitions in your technology and to innovate and be adaptive is very important that you're backwards compatible. As a company running 40 plus operations and kit count, to make that change and innovate and improve on what we already have is very important. It's stepwise, it's transitionary, it's not black and white. And so from a compatibility standpoint, we feel it's very important.
All right, I think Hunter has now just gone to just a...
Can you hear me? Hello.
Default logo. Oh, yes, we can. All right. Hunter.
All right.
Well, we don't
so
need
I'm trying to use an economy of data here by just going audio.
That works just fine. Go for it, sir.
Where were we?
Oh, okay. You can do your introduction now so that we can fully hear all of it.
Okay, so my name is Hunter Simmons. I'm with Gordon Technologies. We are the #1 MWD service provider in North America right now. We provide MWD services with gamma ray, high accuracy directional sensors. We have ASI gamma. We have PWD. We're working on an acoustic data link with RSS and smart motors. We got a lot cooking right now. So that's who I am. I'm the R&D and engineering supervisor for that company. That's who I am.
Okay, so the previous question was, what is y'all's focus as far as being backwards compatible with other systems versus just being able to build a standalone system with the current MWD market?
Well, our focus is kind of on the next level. I don't think we have any backwards compatibility except in very token instances. We have new JE sensors, new Neuralis sensors. We got new Eros Miller sensors. I think we're all kind of forward-looking. That's what we're doing.
All right. Well, we've started to get some questions rolling in here, and this one's actually a fairly good question for us, and I'll actually point this one over to Ken. Ken, speaking of legacy, when can we finally bury WITS-ML and pretend it never existed?
Right now.
All right. So while we're doing the IADD 2020 MWD Forum, we're also having a funeral for WITS-ML.
Yeah, I mean, WITS-ML, this has been a hate-love relationship. I mean, I actually started off as part of the steering committee when I entered the industry back in 2007, right? But it's not doing the job it's supposed to, right? We're doing all these integrations right now where we're sending data to different customers. We're sending our surveys off to Superior QC and Magvark or correction and all this kind of stuff. We're talking to other companies about doing new integrations, and it is, I think Mr. Amstad there sent me a softball. Full disclosure, John's one of our excellent software developers. John can sit down and develop sorry, he got you, man. John can sit down and develop a RESTful interface to go from company A to company B in like a week or two, right? Like it's just really simple, and that encapsulates, all of the kind of specific information of both systems and allows for proper translation. And it's really pretty cost effective as far as developer time, right? versus WITSML, where it's just like mountains and mountains of time to not really do what you want, right? And so it just, at least in our little section of the industry, just really hasn't caught on. Right now, I know the majors use WITSML every day to do, you know, major transfer of data from the back office to the from the rig to the back office. I know the Corba guys are tapping into Corba and Mobilize and there's one more of the dashboard companies. So the Rogi guys are all using WITSML to tap into the Payson or the Topco feeds that are coming off the rigs and pull that data. And so there's an interesting use case for WITSML there. But it's like on the micro level, on the MWD level, WITSML just really hasn't stuck, and it totally completely fails to address the real-time portion, right? Like, I mean, I was on a rig 2 weeks ago and I still am connecting 1950s DB9 serial ports on a rig 2 weeks ago. Like, it's like nothing has changed there, right? WITS is still the only thing that works for the real-time specification. Like, WITSML completely failed to address it, right? And so from my perspective as an MWD provider, I don't see it as being overly useful right now. You know, am I going to probably have to just rip off the Band-Aid and do it for compliance for the one operator who wants a WITSML feed? Yes, but to me, it really hasn't been the wonderful thing we all hoped for, right? And now there's this new thing that looks even scarier, which is the OSDU thing, Open Subsurface Data Universe. And, you know, I'm not usually scared of most things, but it has universe at the end. So yeah, it's a little terrifying.
All right. Anybody else want softball questions tossed to them from their own employees in the comment section? Because I'm putting Ken on mute now.
LaRue, where are you at? Send me some questions.
All right, guys. Come on now. We can't be doing that. You got me good, Mr. Miller. I'll be texting you after this one. All right. So we'll move on to some different stuff. Yeah, I did mute you. You are muted, Ken. Shame on you for doing that. Shame on you guys. Feels shame. All right, so let's go into this. So we've seen advancements with other companies that have started to integrate multiple sensors into the MWD package. Do you guys believe going forward, what would be the new basic level for MWD? Because like right now we could say that MWD gamma ray is like the basic MWD service. Is it possible that pressure while drilling could be the new basic service, or is the new basic feature going to be 200 degrees C? What are you guys' thoughts?
No, David, if I can just jump in, you kind of left it open there. I think the thermal rating is going to be huge. We've seen just that having that headroom and having that ability to survive and having that insurance from your tools. You know, sensor corrections and getting tighter uncertainties. That's going to be very important. I'm excited to see how some of the development with multi-array sensors for magnetic, reductions are going to come out. That's my 2 cents right now.
Mitch.
Yeah, no, I agree, Jason. I think the standard now is going to be the higher temperature tools. Not only be able to survive high temperatures, be able to provide accurate surveys at these high temperatures. There's a lot of them out there that, we work at 175, but take a look at our spread at 175. It's not an accurate survey. On top of that, you're going to have more drilling dynamics as a standard. Not having shock and vibrate. I don't know anybody out there that doesn't have a real-time shock and vibe in their system anymore. Having the rotational inclination, the rotational gamma, stick slip measurements, everything like that, and be able to add any kind of third-party tool. I don't necessarily see PWD as a standard. We don't get it requested very often for it domestically, maybe a little bit more internationally. But having a standard to be able to add a PWD sensor, a near bit sensor, a resistivity sensor, just any kind of sensors onto your system is going to be a standard to be able to plug and play with some of these third-party providers.
Hunter. Are you there, Hunter?
If I can jump in, David, I think we're looking, a broader integration of the drilling tools and the string. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
I guess you can hear me. I don't know.
You're on a delay. Yes, we can hear you.
David? Okay. All right. Okay, great. What I was saying was I think we're going to see a broader integration of the the tools, the different measurement tools in the string, whether it's MWD or it's dynamic.
I think we're losing you again there, Hunter. All right, so we're going to jump into the next question that we've got from the audience. Sorry about this, Hunter. Man, it's absolutely killing me not to be able to hear from you. You guys have got the #1 service company as a part of the state of the industry. You guys were ranked #1 earlier today. So
speaks really highly for remote ops.
Acoustically linking up with tools below our MWD. You know, we have bottom mount pulser. We've got a jump VBHO. So, you know, whether it's not
I'm going to mute you. I'm going to have to mute Hunter just for a little bit because it's getting a little too choppy in the waters there. So here's the next question that we've got coming in from Bogie Yordanov. Can you all discuss what the future holds for improving the tech to help provide reliable increases in mud pulse transmission rates? Mud pulse technology. MPT transmission rates.
Yeah, I can jump in on that question to start off with. You know, I mean, everybody's moving towards the faster pulse widths, and that's what how they're producing their improved transmission rates, and that's all good. But I also think we need to be exploring a lot more different decoding schemes other than M-Array to get faster. Also, we need to be starting to look more at compression and utilize compression, you know, survey compressions, gamma compression, stuff like that, and being able to send stuff up in packets will very much increase the transmission rates that you're seeing as far as mud pulse is concerned.
Ken?
Yeah, you know, I've always said that if I could throw a supercomputer on surface to handle this problem, I would rather do that than design more downhole hardware, right? And so the reality today is that compared to where we were in the 90s and the 2000s, your laptop with like an NVIDIA GPU and an i7 or i9 processor is basically a supercomputer, right? And so, you know, we're starting to develop AI and ML neural network-based decoding, which is just, you know, we are just scratching the surface of what's possible. I mean, I've already put my position on this. Like by 2030, most rigs will be running 10 bits per second mud pulse or faster. Like I've put that bet out there. It's public. I'm either going to be right or I'm going to be humiliated, right? On top of the fact with faster valves and everything else, I mean, we've already shipped compression, right? We were compressing as a gamma today. We're compressing continuous sync and as today. Erdős Miller has a patent on survey compression. Like the evolution in the next 5 or so years of telemetry rates is going to take off compared to what was in the past, right? Like it's just going to be, you know, huge linear increase, nonlinear increase going forward.
Jason?
I agree. I agree with Ken and Mitch. And you know, to add to that, you know, we've been a lot of talk lately about, you know, 4 or 5+ bits per second and getting really fast transmission rates. And you know, this is all being done with, again, here comes that word again, legacy, you know, based protocols, right? We need the next generation of encoding and decoding together. We tried pushing, you know, those high 10+ bits per second. We're basically just revving the engine much higher. And so we're going to shift issues with the existing protocols by, you know, say we can decode at less than 0.125 second pulse width. But that's going to be less of a talk. I think we need next generation encoding and you know, techniques. So,
all right, Hunter. Maybe
was that Hunter with a question mark at the end of it?
Yes.
Can you
maybe? All right.
Hear me?
Oh, it's too late. That's just taking too long. I'm sorry, Hunter. We're just gonna have to move on without you, brother. I really do apologize. It'd be great to have you here. So we did get another good question that came up in the comments section from an absolutely industry guy here that I admire a lot and has always got great questions to be able to ask. Gibson asked them if the increasing bandwidth seen in mud pulse has reduced the excitement on EM and dual telemetry solutions. Excellent question. Nobody.
I think that's more of a Jason question, probably to start off with, since he is a service company.
Yeah, go for it, Jason.
You know, thanks, Manoj. Dual telemetry does definitely have its, you know, its place in the market, and A lot of that, I mean, we feel is probably exploratory in terms of, you know, the way EM can advance and with some insurance. Again, I'll circle back to the previous question, you know, with transmission rates. You know, 4 to 5 bits a second, we're taking existing valve technology and then, well, I mean, new valve technology, but existing protocols, and we're pulsing much faster. And so I do see that, you know, there's still going to be a shift with actually how that downhole equipment functions. We haven't really seen that yet. Obviously, mud pulse as a technology is not going away. EM is not going to replace it. Again, it has its place, but yeah.
All right, we're gonna try this one more time. Hunter, did you catch the question?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, for the 2 seconds. Is that from Manoj?
Yes.
Oh, well, I mean, for us, you know, we're all mud pulse telemetry all the way. You know, and certainly we're seeing that the increase amplitude of our pulse from our shot monitor system, the decoding system we have, and further compression attempts we're going to make into our data, we'll see us probably, hopefully, reduce the need for EM and dual telemetry in conventional wells. Did that come through?
We got it.
No one? Hello?
All right.
Okay.
So one more on data telemetry, because I clicked off completely.
Oh, David, I wanted to comment on that one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, so I mean, there's no doubt that, you know, fast pulse coming around definitely, I think, combined with, you know, decreasing costs and you know, maybe some really expensive systems that didn't really deliver because they were kind of put together the wrong way or whatever else, that didn't really deliver on what we all wanted for dual telemetry, right? But there's two things coming, you know, that really makes dual telemetry required. And one is reliability. You know, if you're talking on both channels all the time, you don't have a backup. You just have a system with more points of failure, right? You know, having one as a backup to the other is fantastic. On top of the fact that closed loop drilling is going to become more and more common. And, you know, if you're going to be doing that with a mud pulse downlink skid or some sort of automated rotary skid, you're still talking about taking tons of NPT away from a rig. Whereas with an EM downlink box is the only way that you're going to have non-NPT, non-NPT inducing downlinks to the system for closed loop continuous drilling control, right? On top of the fact that the downhole antenna solutions, other EM detection methods on surface are going to continue to get better and better, right? I mean, and I always say, look at Pennsylvania, right? Nobody sends a mud pulse tool to Pennsylvania, right? Because the formations are just so good. You know, the EM tool can talk the entire time. There's no point in never sending a mud pulse tool. The EM tools are just better where the formation will bear the signal. Maybe I'm being too narrow on Pennsylvania, but like, you know, where the formations will work, right? And so I would say as we improve our ability to detect, as we push for more, automated closed loop drilling, I think that, dual telemetry systems are going to absolutely eventually take over, as well as we have to keep in mind that we have to develop a system that does not double the cost of the MWD. It has to be at a slight increase for the extra components, right? It has to justify itself financially, but a double cost system doesn't make any sense.
Excellent. All right. So guys, we've got about 12 minutes left on this panel, and I've got a couple of crucial questions. And the one that I want to make sure that we get all the way through is, what do you see is the future of MWD? And Hunter, we'll let you start that one off.
Well, good. That's a nice big question. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So for Gordon Technologies, we're looking at automation. We're looking at linking in with some high performance motors, smart motors, communicating between RSS, as I've spoken about before, with acoustic downlink. It's all about presenting the best package to our customers to help them drill these wells straighter and more in target. And I think that's, for us, that's where we're heading. Whether it's offering as a gamma to keep us in zone, or it's developing new pressure well drilling tools. That's our future, and we're going to keep pushing for that narrative eventually.
Mitch?
So future of MWD, as I see it, as much as I hate to say some of it, because old field hand in me, I think a lot of it is going more remote, and they're trying to reduce cost on rigs. So we've got to provide as many remote options as possible. I think it's going to get more closed loop, like you said, more automated drilling. with, talking back and forth to the RSS. I also see survey accuracy as a very big future of of MWD, and being able to provide sensors that are accurate enough that you don't have to do third-party corrections, stuff like that. As big of a service as they provide to us now, I don't think it is a cost that's going to stay around for the operators. I think if we can do it cheaper, keep it inside the tool, then that's the way it's going to go.
Jason, as your screen starts to freak out, feel free to go ahead and answer that one.
Is it good now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. No, I mean, this year, the 1-2 punch with the pandemic and, the rocky oil pricing and the resultant economic kind of reaction. I mean, a new cost model is where we need to be. And we're seeing integration as a path forward for MWD, not just downhole, not just getting RSS communication. We're talking to Orbit. We got a Titan project that's hugely successful. We're getting that information uphole. Downhole integration between BHA and MWD is making, huge leaps. But it's also surface integration too. So when we talk about that closed loop, the analytics side of it, getting drilling optimization, using the MWD and using the technology that we have downhole and on surface, and it's no small challenge. We've got information flowing, and it's coming from multiple locations, like Ken was discussing as well. And our customers don't want vibratory modes and real-time shock and vibration as necessarily a function of the MWD. We want to be able to characterize BHA performance and see where we can optimize on ROP and really bring things together. So from an integration on the best platforms available out there right now is a huge target for us, and I see that's where things are going. And we won't beat reliability and ruggedness to death. Without that, staying on bottom doesn't matter, right? So,
excellent. All right, Ken, your turn.
It's software. I mean, it's software downhole, software uphole. I mean, the MWD every day that goes by is becoming a more software-defined component than when it used to be all hardware, right? The first systems were just collections of caps and resistors and logic and whatever else. You have to have a solid hardware platform. There's no doubt. Like if their hardware can't keep you in the hole, you're just not going to be competitive. But after that, software is going to rule everything, right? Algorithms, AI, ML, all these kind of things. I mean, the algorithm we developed for our highly accurate continuous inclination and azimuth measurement was a massive software project. And so if you're an NB company, you're not hiring tons of software and AI, ML developers, I mean, I just don't think you're going to have a future in the industry.
All right, so Jason touched on it there just a second ago. The last question that I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be able to discuss: how do we continue to further the envelope as far as reliability with MWD tools? Is it a design and development and more R&D that goes into it, or is it something where we start to have more transparency with the operators and integration with the not saying to slow down, but to be able to have more discussions with the operator as far as drilling parameters and things of that nature? So obviously, just the question is how do we keep improving reliability within the MWD space? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and jump in on that. I think a big part of it, like you kind of alluded to, David, is it's data. It's being able to get transparent data from the operator, storing as much of it you can, using AI to see what is actually going on downhole. Speaking from an OEM manufacturer, that's probably our biggest struggle, is getting data from the customer when things fail. It's just, hey, this failed, figure out what happened to it. So it's more of a react and fix it rather than diagnose why it happened. And the better we're getting at getting that data, the easier that's making it for us to, have continuous development of our tools.
Hunter, are you with us? Can you jump in on that one?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. When Mitch started saying data, I was saying data at the same time. I think the next level for us is going to be pushing all the data we can from your different nodes on your tool to the cloud, and having an integrated approach to assessing life on tools, assessing shock values and temperature degradation on all your sensors. I mean, without that data, and from a from an end user or service provider like us, we gather that data ourselves, and we do a pretty good job about it. But to go to the next level, we need all of our tools talking on the string. We need them gathering data and plugging all that in. So that's going to be what I think pushed us to our next reliability level is predictive maintenance on these tools based on what they've gone through.
Ken or Jason?
Yeah, I can jump in here. But Ken kind of have the final say there. But
oh gosh,
we've been tracking exposure limits with downhole conditions for quite some time. We got an extensive database. Getting those predictive models for lifetime based on shock and vibration at temperature, very critical. So moving forward with that, analytics, getting data up whole, we believe in that strongly. Getting high frequency, high resolution vibratory modes from the data itself, as a post-well analysis as well is very critical. And that's something that when we engage with our customers, and we've got customers they're very MWD savvy. And we really value that because that provides a huge dialogue, and that relationship is massive for tackling the challenges out there. And from an integration perspective, they work very closely with us to get that the next level. So,
Ken.
I agree with a lot of the guys. I mean, it's data driven, right? If you're,
I wanted you guys to disagree at some point.
I'll add something else. Just calm down. So yes, I mean, if you're a downhole tool company of any sort, right? Whether you're making bits or motors or whatever else, if you're not collecting dynamics data on every single run to improve your product and have data driven decisions about where your product lines go, you're not going to be competitive going forward, period. Right. Another huge part of that is software, right? In the last, since we brought up the MicroPulse 3, I mean, that thing is one circuit board. We've taken these MWDs that used to be dozens of circuit boards, reduced it down to a single unit, removed a ton of components, made it all software driven. It's continuing that process, right? The best component that, can never fail is just no component at all, right? So the more and more we make these things software and get rid of all these components, these extra things we don't need. If I don't need that cap, I don't want it. It's a liability downhole. Everything I add to that tool is a liability. I want it gone, right? And so there's still so much that can be done. But I think that once we get to predictive end of life maintenance combined with the aggressive screening we do and this good design, I think NWD failures are going to trend towards zero, and then we'll be talking about just who has the better tool, right? But it's data driven. And it's a lot of software driven as well.
All right, so we got time, I think, for just like quick Q&A here from you guys on this last question. I think this is a great question. Are there any technologies from a drilling perspective that are focusing on increasing the yield of a well? So we're talking about being able to increase production by doing something while we're drilling the well. Any thoughts there from you guys?
I mean,
Ken, you want to start?
Yeah, one of the big things we've shipped recently is the ability to bring ASSI Gamma to every single tensor-based string, right? The MicroPulse 3 has ASSI Gamma binning built in. We can take a focused gamma sensor. We can turn that into a 4, 8, or 16 sector quadrant. And so we see geosteering becoming a huge thing, right? So we're going to be increasing the yield of every single well. I really see a future where almost every shale well in the U.S. is geosteered using ASSI Gamma, right? And then furthering that pattern, right, taking a lot of these other things, like how do we take a resistivity tool and turn it from a $500,000 tool, $500,000 tool to a $50,000 tool, right? So we can deploy it on more wells, right? But I mean, while we've done that, I would say that one of the criticisms of the industry is that we haven't done nearly enough to focus on what we're actually trying to do, which is produce a resource at the end of the day. We get so caught up about how straight is the wellbore, right? And then, okay, everyone thinks that actually makes a big difference. Does it? Right? It seems like it's obvious. Have we actually verified that? Are we tied together? Right? Like I would say we could do a lot better as an industry, even if there are some things that have come out.
All right, Jason and Mitch and Hunter, y'all want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, just quick increasing the yield of the well. Obviously, staying in formation is key. Geosteering techniques that are economical, fitting that cost model, not necessarily behind the bit. But with rotary steerable, you see a straighter well. I mean, that makes a big difference, in the later stages of that well in terms of production, and getting that integrated MWD to have that, I think is key as well. So.
Mitch Hunter, real quick.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. They've already mentioned all the geosteering stuff, so I won't get into ASI gamma and everything. But at the end of the day, too, to increase the yield of the well, these wells have months and months of planning on where they want to place this well. And if you don't have an accurate survey sensor to go down there and actually put it where they think there are, then you're not gonna have a very high producing well. And you can correct the surveys all you want, but if you don't start with an accurate sensor at its core, you're not going to have correct placement of the wellbore.
Hunter, final word for this panel, sir.
All right. I hope you can hear me. I'm jumping in.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess to tie all these answers together, I mean, it's a little bit of all of them. You've got to have a high contrast, accurate azimuthal gamma, which Gordon has developed. You've got to have some of the best and most accurate downhole sensors for placement of your well and inclination azimuth, which we have. And tying them all together is the key. And so, a decoding system that allows you to send up high resolution, real time azimuthal gamma images is what's going to keep those customers in target, out of those zones they don't want to be in, and with all in all a straighter hole. So, that's really just the goal for Gordon. It's going to be a cheaper hole. We're going to provide them better service, and a more accurate service. So that's what I think is going on.
Well, guys, thank you all so much. We should have had this panel be an hour and a half. We had tons of questions and stuff we just didn't have the time to be able to get to. Anybody that's out there watching, I can say this for sure, reach out and connect with these guys on LinkedIn or any of their other social media channels. Please do follow them. And as well, thank you guys so much for being a part of this panel and being a part of this event. It means a lot to me. And I know it also means a lot to the industry. And let's keep these conversations going in the comment section, and look forward to hearing back from some of you guys as y'all go back through and rewatch some of this. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Ken. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks,
David. Thanks for putting this together.
Thanks, guys. Sorry for the connection issues.
All right. So we're getting everybody off. So, all right, guys, next up here, we've got the sponsor presentation, and then following that is the operator panel. You're not going to want to miss this. I've got operators emailing me as we're doing the show to be able to join in on the panel. So we're like, the show is gaining more panelists as we go along. So really appreciate that. So I am now running 2 minutes behind. I apologize, but that's okay. We've gotten through most of this. We should be able to finish this out. And number 3, here we go. These are our sponsors. We thank them so much for being able to provide this content and making this event free for the IADD and for all of the audience that's out there. So thank you guys. Here we go.
Compass has worked on being more than just an MWD provider. That's why we're expanding the types and the breadth of the offerings that we have. So we've got a friction reduction tool that's available. We've got gyros that we now offer, in addition to Osiris high-speed MWD system and the Ajax slim hole. By expanding in this way in the amount of products that we offer, we're utilizing Compass's experience in MWD and LWD. We have a really deep knowledge of the MWD systems and a lot of experience over the last 20 plus years that we've been doing business with these products. So what we're doing is we're utilizing and leveraging that experience that we have to incorporate this additional technology into our offerings, with the goal, of course, being that by customers doing business with Compass, they get to leverage our experience where we've integrated all these new systems together into one large product category group that they can then use to bring to their customers.
Experience plus greater reliability equals greater success. That is why we have the best technicians in the business maintain our tools for you. In the field, reliability is the last thing you should be thinking about when downhole. Stay downhole longer and focus on your plan. Don't worry, we've got your back. The most reliable equipment in the business is also available for rental, lease, and lease purchases. And today, you can rent the Osiris high-speed MWD system. With the right data at the right time, Osiris high-speed MWD gives you the power of control. With a much lower cost than dual telemetry tools and data transmission rates to the surface at up to 4 bits per second, Osiris is a mud pulse telemetry service engineered to help you make informed decisions along the well plan to reduce your well time and maximize production. Osiris provides a very wide flow range of 35 to 1100 gallons per minute and can operate in lost circulation material concentrations of 30 to 50 pounds per barrel medium nut plug. Osiris can be used in HPHT wells up to 175 degrees centigrade and 20,000 psi. Osiris High-Speed MWD has dynamic telemetry that switches automatically between rotating and sliding with no need to program checkpoints in the telemetry sequence, all while measuring real-time shock, vibration, and RPM to optimize drilling.
Rotary steerable, it's coming really soon. We're expecting to have it ready sometime next year. So keep tuned to the website, and we'll also let everyone know that's signed into our newsletter and our social media. We'll let you know when we're ready and it's been commercialized. But coming soon.
All right, guys, that was a quick video there from Compass. I appreciate their support for this event. Next up, we've got a quick video from Olivin. All right, you guys, thanks for that presentation from Olden. We've got one more sponsor presentation here from Rime. Thank you guys. Thanks all the sponsors so much for everything that you guys have done to be able to make this event possible. And so here's the video for Rime.
On the memories of... I guess we're on. I guess everybody's here. Let's get started. Hey guys, I'm Manoj Gopalan. I'm the president of Rime Downhole Technologies, and I'm here to tell you kind of what the world's like, and I guess talk about the industry. So now here it is. I don't. People who know me know I don't have any filters. So here we go. What's the industry like? Well, we're down from 900,000 rigs down to 250. Oil prices suck. International markets are down. We're seeing a lot of consolidation, and not in a happy way. Weatherford's pulling out of the U.S. Noralis has been picked up by Gordon, and Black Diamond's picked up Wenzel, and we're seeing a lot of mergers. We're seeing a lot of consolidation, a lot of efforts for people to try to, just hunker down and survive, right? And that's what we're doing. There's thousands and thousands of MWD, LWD systems in the world. There's companies going out of business, consolidation. We have more equipment and inventory than we'd ever need. Why are we building new stuff? Why are we trying to design and push the envelope, kind of take the next step forward? Let me answer that two ways, right? Let me do the funny analogy first. Do you want to be in 1910 saying that, man, we got all the damn horse-drawn carriages we ever need, no need to build a better one? Is that really what you want to say? All of human endeavor, all of technology, and specifically America, we're built on this kind of premise, this passion, this idea that innovation fuels growth. We need tools rated for 200 degrees centigrade. Like that's going to become the floor now. The ability to get data effectively in highly clustered wellbores with high precision, that's important. Being able to telemeter data very far down the lateral is important. Products that work in those aggressive, high ROP drilling environments need to be an order of magnitude more rugged. We have harder drilling in harder places, and we don't think that tools that were developed 10 years ago are really going to be able to keep up. We need a new generation of products. We can't just build better products that cost more. I don't think there's a lot of room left for that, but I think there's room left for products that are better and cost effective at the same time. Hey, Beach, you on the call? You want to get on? Okay. This is BJ. BJ's been my partner for, 10 years now, and he and I are, inseparable, and he's indispensable to me. So I'm gonna let him tell you what he thinks.
Thanks, Manoj. As Manoj said, I'm BJ Weber. I'm a partner here at Rime, and I'm out here in sunny California testing out our new top mount pulsar, and we're about to put it in a hole, so I can't talk for long, but we're very excited about it. We are so optimistic that it's going to work and be a product that will help many of our customers' needs, especially when it comes to LWD and rotary steerable. Having the mud pulse on the bottom has been a problem for them, so hopefully this new switch to the top will give people what they need and the results they need. We're excited about our new product lines coming out. We've got the 200C pulsar boards that are out in the field right now. They are looking really good, and we're really new on that product line. Only have about a few thousand hours on it, but all indications look it's doing pretty good. Hey, guys, I've got to get going. This rig test is about to start. I'm glad to see you guys, at least virtually. Scott, why don't you take it over from here?
So I'm Scott Deaton with Rime Downhole Technologies. I'm the newest member of the team. Basically, my role here is to help out with the sales group, be actually doing quotes and actually seeing customers and talking through a lot of the stuff with you guys individually, but also looking over our sales guys that are already in place and helping those guys to make sure that they're meeting your needs. And to all my competition out there, let me say this: let's collaborate. We have issues within the oil and gas industry. Everybody knows that right now. Anything we can do to help with efficiencies and different things, bringing new technologies out, helping one another make this oil field a better place, we're all about that. We're open to those engagements. So if you would just give me a call if I can help you with any of our tools and services, or if we can collaborate, give me a shot. For Rhyme Downhill Technologies, I'm Scott Deaton. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right. Thank you guys. I really enjoyed that video. It's probably the best one. Just my personal opinion. Maybe because my mom helped make it. But hey, you guys need video work done. That y'all know who to get in touch with. Red Flyer Media. So now we have got the operator panel ready to go. I'm so excited about this. When I first started getting ready for this event, I was throwing up the biggest goose egg possible trying to get operators to be able to join this. And in like the last couple of days, we've been able to get just a successive yeses and yeses, and I probably went out and asked too many people to be a part of it because then I didn't want to tell anybody no. So I'm very thankful that we've got the operator panel that we have here. I'm so excited to be able to introduce all of them. So let me get this off the screen and then put this up there. This final presentation, we're going to have two banner sponsors for this one. Right now, it's Compass, CompassMWD.com, MWD, LWD, gyros, rentals, maintenance, and more. Thank you to Compass for being a sponsor. It's halfway through, then we'll switch over to the other one. So we'll start bringing on the guests. Like I said, we've got 7. Oh, wait, there's even more. I don't even know who this one is. They just jumped on here. So first, we're going to add in, because he said yes first, and he sent me his headshot, but we never put any of that together because I didn't get headshots from pretty much everybody else. But Parker Holt, Parker, thanks for being the first operator to be able to say yes. I really do appreciate it.
Absolutely. My pleasure, David. I appreciate you asking me and having us all on here.
All right. So next we've got Jordan Evans. Jordan, thanks for being here with us as well, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the invite. Appreciate it.
I believe Jordan's internet connection might be a little bit slow or something, so might have to double check on that one. Hopefully we can get good communication. And let's pack this one full here too. Next, we've got the drilling manager for Continental, Corey Russell. Corey, thank you for being here, sir.
Appreciate being here, and thank you for the invite, and looking forward to talking with everyone today.
And the guy that never fails to be able to give me an earful on text messages every once in a while, Jacob with BPX Energy. Jacob, thanks for being here, man.
Hey, thanks, David. Good forum so far. Look forward to closing it out with you guys.
All right. Next, we've got Rodolfo Molina from Diamondback Energy. Rodolfo, thanks for being here, sir.
Glad to be here, David. Thank you. I'll turn on my camera since everybody else is sharing. So.
Oh, yeah, we get to see that pretty face. There we go. I was thinking you guys were really scared of y'all's own pictures since only 3 of you guys sent me headshots. Parker, Corey sent his last night, and then Matt Isbell, Matt Isbell is the next panelist up here. So, Matt, thank you for being here as well, sir.
Yeah, thanks very much for the invite. I can't wait.
All right, and finally, we've got Dev Kumar from Pioneer. Dev, thanks for being on the show, sir. I'm going to put myself down here at the bottom.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Man, I don't know about this. Wow, I didn't think it would cover up quite like that. All right, so we've got somebody else in here. Does anybody else know who Chad Elliott is?
That's my boss at Continental Resources.
Oh, so he's watching like backstage.
I guess so.
Oh, okay. Well, Chad, you can continue watching backstage. If you want on there, just put a little comment there in the private chat and let us know. Otherwise, you can also watch on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook where it's streaming live. So right now, Chad, you are in essentially like the green room area. So, all right, Corey, now you know your boss is watching. Oops.
Right.
All right, so my first question right off the bat to all the operators here on the panel, and you guys just jump in and answer questions whenever. I'm tired. I've been doing this for way too long already. What is it that you are looking for when it comes to purchasing MWD services?
I think number one, and it's probably going to be a common answer here, but is reliability. Probably a lot of us have a pretty basic setup. I know here for us in Continental and in the Mid-Con and the scoop and stack plays, and then in North Dakota and the Bakken, basically gamma ray at times with some Springer formation. Here in scoop, we'll run a azimuthal gamma and resistivity tool. But so For the most part, it's tool reliability. You know, as you know, our job as engineers is to build a wellbore as cost effectively as possible, and that means for this discussion, keeping a bit and BHA on bottom. And so, strong tool reliability. I think the companies that we've seen be successful at that are the ones that really have a passion and understand the quality control side of their business, and again, have a passion for it, have a very strong and elaborate program when it comes to quality control. And those are the types of things that that don't go away and keep a company successful through, you know, slow times and busy times when you've got a lot of new hands. So quality control, both in the shop and in the field, for me.
Yeah, I agree with Corey. This is Golfo. Yeah, tool reliability and performance is key. That's probably number one. Second, I looked at is, you know, there's at least over 100 directional companies that offer MWD services as well. So pretty much all of them have similar capabilities. But if you disqualify some based on the quality control and quality assurance programs they have and tool reliabilities, then the next I look at is, what else do you offer? Everybody offers, you know, MWD gamma. Any other technology that differentiates you from the pack, that's something else I look at. But for the most part, there's very, very few that have something else that stands out. For the most part, everybody else is pretty much similar.
That's kind of the same for us, you know, as far as reliability goes. You know, fast response with well planners, quality, you know, when we tear down a tool, getting a report back in a timely manner. So if we do have an issue, we know what to adjust. You know, that's a lot with ours. I mean, economics really skinny out here, so we stay with basic tools. We don't really get into the azimuthal gamma resistivity, anything like that. You know, it's we keep it very basic. But so really, like, you know, everybody has the tools, just service after the reliability.
Yeah, we also, as everyone has said, is very similar. Another thing we do at BPX is we look into your presence in the area, especially when you're talking about Eagleford and Haynesville operations, hot hole. It's already been mentioned the need for hot hole and companies that can work up to 200C. There's a large need for that with the exit of Weatherford. So I would just add that along with the comments on reliability. Tracking failures, tracking down to the component level failures in a timely fashion, as Jordan had mentioned, and Corey had discussed a good quality QA/QC, condition-based maintenance practices like that.
I'll go ahead and echo. Oh, no, go ahead.
All right. So in terms of the business, right? I mean, we're no different than everybody else. We look at safety, quality, delivery, and cost, performance, and we look at those as the drivers, right? A lot of the wish list that's already been talked about today in terms of higher temps and ASA-gamma and dual telemetry, you know, all those things are on our wish list, but it all comes down to reducing unplanned trips. And I think that's where we may be different. Our MWD information gets plugged into the rig controls automation, and we're very interested in developing the requirements for that information and making sure that, you know, the MWD data plays well with all the different things that we're trying to do with it, right? Because it's got to feed our remote monitoring, not remote operations center for directional drilling and geosteering. It's got to feed the rig controls in terms of automated sliding and the directional drilling instructions. So, you know, I think in our mind, it's a lot of those automation systems that are our next leap forward in reliability. So we're becoming very focused on how these systems work and what we can do with the information that they generate.
Dever Parker.
I was just going to echo. I'll echo Matt and Jordan here. Service and reliability for sure. Like Rodolfo was saying, there's not too much differentiation anymore, especially out here. So just how we were saying about quick response times from your coordinators, being able to get components outside of MWD with sourcing specific motors or motors that can differentiate themselves from the competition, coupled with a rigorous QA/QC and reliability and reducing those unplanned trips.
Yeah, I'll hop on. I'll hop on. I agree with everything that everyone said here. I mean, reliability is our number one thing we look at. Second tier is performance. I mean, out in the Permian Basin, we're not looking for anything hot holes, so we're using basic directional and gamma to geosteer our wells. As long as we can get tools that we can stick down hole that don't fail, we get good coordinators, good guys on location. We also look at remote ops aspect. We're transitioning over into more of a remote model for MWD. We like to get some guys in here with a small footprint on the rig side as well. So that's definitely important to us. But we look at what's on the future technology roadmap. What do they have coming down the pipeline for us and for all the other operators out there.
Dev, thank you for your response there. Real quick, because we got the question that came in. It says, David, can you provide an introduction of these gentlemen? Once again, I just jumped the gun and want to get straight to questions and forget about all this nonsense. So Dev, we'll go back to you and then we'll follow up. So we'll do a question with introduction. So the question will be, what role does the operator have in being able to help improve reliability? So Dev?
Yeah, so Dave Kumar, Pioneer Natural Resources, drilling engineer. What role do we play is, I mean, we have terabytes of data, right? We look at a lot of downhole dysfunction. We analyze a lot of downhole vibration data coming from the MWD. A lot of the rigs that we run right now, we're pumping that stuff up in real time. So we're making real-time decisions based on the data. A lot of the failure analysis that we have, we rely heavily on the MWD data to go back to the drawing board as far as BHA design, parameter optimization, XYZ, right? So we as an operator, we like to partner with our MWD providers. We supply the data, whatever data they need, and vice versa. They give us whatever we need to better the system, better the BHA design, and optimize parameters in a continuous manner.
All right, whoever wants to jump in next.
Yeah, so Rodolfo Molina, drilling engineer here with Diamondback Energy here in Midland. Yeah, the process is pretty much the same. You know, if we have a failure, the provider goes back, analyzes it, gives us the feedback, we get the data, then hopefully we expect them to have solved the issue or are working on the issue, and hopefully they improve. But we're also looking at, analyzing the data through artificial intelligence programs. Computing power has become so abundant nowadays that I'm still kind of surprised that a lot of providers don't utilize that ability, either because they may not have their hands on it, or maybe they don't know how to apply it. But I think AI is going to be critical in analyzing all these gazillions of terabytes of data that we collect as operators and service providers. But for the most part, it gets not much done with it, So I think our role should be to do something with the data to where we can not only anticipate possible scenarios where the tools are going to fail under, but work on solutions that will overcome those handicaps on our current designs. So that's what I have on that.
This is Corey Russell with Continental Resources. I'm an area drilling manager here for our Bakken group and spend a lot of time in Mid-Continent group as well. Something I had noted that I wanted to share with the other operators is just to talk about our, I believe, responsibility to not only consume the data, and obviously that's very important and crucial, but to provide data as far as what we see as metrics. So whether that's a cost per foot or obviously ROP related metrics. I believe that that's very important to provide back to the service providers, especially in the MWD world. And especially if there's any particulars about your wellbore, your play, or your drilling fluid, whatever it may be. But provide that honest feedback to them, and set some very clear expectations, kind of your vision for the program, maybe what you've got in store, if that's longer laterals at some point, and need to be thinking about that. And then, after that, I believe it's the MWD and service providers' responsibility to hear that, consume that, and then come back with solutions that's going to work for that particular operator and that particular operation. But again, just a big responsibility, I think, on us to provide our honest feedback and some of our metrics and how we consume the performance data.
Don't be shy, guys.
I agree with Corey 100%. I'm Parker Holt. I'm a independent drill engineer contractor with Warpaint Consulting LLC. But actively and accurately reporting our data and what our metrics are back to the service providers, so that way we can grow together. They're helping us drill these more and more complex wellbores at a seemingly ever-dropping price point, and they can't grow and without our feedback to tell them what exactly we need and what they're looking for to help us achieve these lower cost per foot wells, and they can't grow without us providing that to them.
Jordan or Jacob?
Yeah, Jordan Evans with Drilling Professionals LLC here in Midland. Just kind of echo everybody else, absolutely sharing our data. We gain a lot of data through bit sensors, mud data, everything that we've got, BHA design, and it is a partnership, to keep the bit on bottom, to reduce trips, and keep the cost of these wells down as low as we can. So, they ought to have, MWD providers have, a say-so in our cleanup cycles, our drilling parameters, flow rates, or LCM concentrations. I mean, it's just a partnership. So anything we can share and vice versa ought to be taken into account.
Thank you, sir. Jacob?
Jacob Goche, I'm the Directional Advisor for BPX Energy. I would agree with the whole operators panel. Very valid points. And sharing the data is very important. It should make decisions on when we mitigate. We expect communication to flow from our service partners on the directional MWD side to our well site leaders, and then to have the ability to mitigate and reduce shock and vibration events to improve the reliability of tools, along with everything else said by the panel.
Finally, Matt. Are you frozen, Matt? He jumped off just a second ago and then came back on, so I'm not sure. Looks very still. Looks like one of the deers in the back behind Jordan. All right, sorry, Matt. We'll get back to you in just a minute. We'll try that one again. My headphones are caught on my chair here. About to rip my head off. Okay. So we're getting a lot of great questions coming in here. And so one of the next ones that I would like to be able to present to the panel here, we'll do this so that we can actually see myself talking down here at the bottom. As the future of MWD, how important is real-time drilling dynamics, and also add to that drilling mechanics? How important to this is in your future drilling programs going forward? Anybody?
I can kick this one off.
David, can you
again, Dave Pioneer. So yeah, it's very important. It's at the top of our list. I mean, we feel that if whatever data we can get downhole, pulsed up in real time, as accurate as can be, it's making us inform us to make better decisions, by the minute. So if we can get the downhole shock and vibe up in real time and pull it into some form of third-party algorithms to be able to aid us in monitoring, smart alarms, all that good stuff, that's helping us decrease downhole failure. I mean, if you're in a dysfunctional environment and you don't know about it, there's really nothing you can do to mitigate it. So to have the sensor packages downhole pulsing that stuff in real time, to me is absolutely critical. I think it definitely pays its dividends in, you save one tree, save what, $100,000 right there. So definitely high on Pioneer's list.
Rodolfo or Parker, I know y'all were jumping in there a minute ago.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to see if you could repeat the question.
Yeah. So as far as the future of drilling within your organization, how important is real-time drilling dynamics / drilling mechanics?
Oh, that's very, very important for the operation. If you're getting data real time and you can, we have a program that we use, you guys pretty much probably heard about it, is Corva. And they have their artificial intelligence modules, and we hook up for real-time data. And if we can get downhole drilling dynamics, and they can build algorithms to where they can predict possible failure, not only just a failure, but a catastrophic failure, if we can anticipate it before it happens, given the conditions that the algorithms detect as possible causes for a major disaster, then that can save us a fishing job that, a trip is a trip. It could last, like, I don't know who was it that mentioned it, but maybe, $80,000 to $100,000. But if you get a fishing job due to a downhole tool failure, that can turn into several days of operations, adding to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then a possible sidetrack if you can get the wellbore back under control. So if you can get the real-time data from the drilling dynamics and hole conditions to algorithms on surface that can correlate it to a data set that indicates, this is possible conditions that will possibly result in a catastrophic failure on the tools, then that's awesome. It saves us a lot of money, so I think it's very critical. But also has to work with the data transmission rates, right? I didn't join the earlier discussions, but I think if there's a way to pack more data in the transmission sequences to where it doesn't diminish data quality from other critical components of the data, then I think that's awesome.
All right, let's try to get Matt. Hold on, let's try to get Matt back in there. Matt, is it working?
I seem to be struggling with my Wi-Fi connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Can't really see you, but we can at least hear you.
Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, sir. Oh,
okay.
Delay.
Yeah, so we've started with using some of the down information just simply from the surveys and tool faces, right, for the automation. I think in terms of what next for us, it's really about getting downlinking procedures that can be easily automated, and as we identify things, how to go to bottom the right way, how to do a rotate slide. The thing that we're trying to do is implement that into our drilling automation so that it's repeatable and consistent, and it solves that problem in the future. I think for us, the next step is probably capturing some snapshots, about the effectiveness of, say, the on-bottom procedures, right? That's something that the MWD can tell us, whether it's healthy or not, and starting to use that as part of our ongoing operations.
Thank you, Matt. And Matt, do a quick introduction of yourself since you didn't get to do that a minute ago.
All right, Matt Isbell. I'm a drilling advisor with Hess Corporation, specialized in real-time systems, backgrounds in BHAs and drill bits, and now working on things like data analytics and drilling operation automation.
All right, so we'll turn this question back over to some of the other panelists that would want to jump in.
Yeah, I'll jump in if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to mention that I think most operators these days are being very smart with using real-time drilling dynamics data, shock and vibration data. One of the issues we find from time to time is when we evaluate failures, the speed and transmission of the real-time data didn't highlight fast enough the issue that was going on. Matt brings up a good point of, especially with rotary steerable applications and on-bottom versus on-bottom operations, we found that failure modes can be identified there that really couldn't be identified due to real-time data, real-time shock and vibe. So, as we find these things out, of course, we adjust our roadmaps, adjust our downhole practices But I think there's a need, if we're really going to push forward towards using more real-time data downhole with regards to shock and vibe and mitigation and prevention of failures, we have to take a step change of how quickly we can get that data. And Rodolfo actually mentioned that as well, of without interfering the gamma ray, the tool face, or any other data you're pumping up hole.
Corey?
Yeah, in agreement with all the comments here, and the real-time analytics and data is something that we try to pay a lot of attention to, and something we watch very closely. I feel like we're trying to be active in getting that instilled as a tool on site. You know, the dream is to have a driller or company man or those guys on site making those real-time decisions to have that information in front of them and use as a tool and adjust parameters accordingly. We're trying to get downhole shock and vibe information witsed in so that they are watching that live. I think the MWD industry has done a great job of advancing that technology. Some of the MWD folks earlier were talking about how a lot of that stuff is standard now. And I think one of them mentioned that, you know, he doesn't know of an MWD tool that does not provide that. So we ought to be taking advantage of that. And I think we're seeing that kind of happen before our eyes right now, and seeing some of those company men and drillers out there starting to realize that it is a tool for them. And we're watching it close. We did a wire drill pipe trial a while back, and we saw enough to know that, you know, there's a lot of promise in utilizing that downhole information. Unfortunately, it didn't work out economically as a whole, but just from reliability standpoint. But what we kind of have been looking for, we call it around here a poor man's wire drill pipe, is if the MWD tool advancements and then the telemetry advancements to be able to, you know, communicate that data up and into the hands of the decision makers as that advances. That's something that we're pretty excited about, and are trying to actively seek out, and when those options come available, try to take advantage of them.
All right, I got to jump in here and say something real quick, guys. Apparently, you're having a problem streaming to LinkedIn. Maybe I've gone over my cap for how long I'm allowed to stream there. So if anybody out there can hear this or whatever, just switch over to YouTube or Facebook. So we're still going there. So Jordan or Parker, do y'all want to join in on this one?
Yeah, I'll just echo something Rodolfo said earlier about the use of Corva and how they've got their AI apps that are coming up. And so the real-time data is absolutely paramount. I know where I was most recently, it was that Corva coupled with an extreme shift towards remote ops, almost full-time remote ops directional as a way to reduce footprint on location. It was paramount to a seamless transition between rig automation software coupled with in-house stuff, then going with your additional third party of your MWD and directional providers. So the more data we could get real time at a better resolution was just icing on the cake for us.
Yeah, and as far as, you know, real time data, you know, downloaded data from our side, you know, as accurate as it was, it's a day late and a dollar short, you know, and we're doing batch drilling in most of these pads. How many horizontals, if I'm doing something wrong, am I going to have to punch in the meantime until we got that data? So real time, you know, live data that was accurate was, I mean, very, very beneficial to us. You know, it was eliminating shock, vibration, whirl, all the different issues that we have. So no, it's important, but it's got to be economical at the same time. I mean, that's what eliminated a lot of like our azimuthal gamma resistivity for us, is it just didn't make sense. So as long as it's feasible, you know, and it is eliminating trips, then absolutely.
Yeah, I'll have to say, guys, I think I went over there's a 4-hour limit on LinkedIn live streaming. So whoops. All right. So next question to you guys. Are you utilizing rig automation to optimize connection times, reducing BHA dysfunction, etc.? Does MWD, LWD provider tie into these systems to enhance the automation? Because obviously automation is the direction we're moving in. Where does MWD, LWD play a role in that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, Absolutely, we are. So yes, like I said, we're very integrated with teams. I mean, all these Flex 3s, 4s that we're running nowadays. I mean, everything's automated to the max. So I mean, don't make a connection as far. I mean, all of our parameters, our MWD guys, are completely tied in. So I mean, it's kind of crucial. The game's changed. It's no longer a brake handle drilling world. I mean, it's just different. So absolutely, we are.
Likewise, it was an extreme shift of focus to connecting practices and optimizing weight to weight, weight to bottom, and such as that. And then anything we could do to include MWD and get that communication really for full circle around location between all service providers there. Like Jordan said, with the HMP rigs and a few other ones that were really at the forefront of that automation, it was I mean, it's a full team effort anytime you step out of the house onto location. And so it was 100% involvement of our directional and MWD providers all the time.
Yeah, I'll chime in here. Absolutely. We've developed our connection procedure solely based on off downhole data. So, I mean, taking the data from the MWD, when we tag bottom, how does it react? What kind of dysfunction do we see? And we developed, we worked with our partners at HMP and Ensign. We're trialing their automation systems right now from back to bottom, or back to drilling is what they call it. And then also trialing their automation apps, some of their flex apps with their autonomous drilling or Autodas systems themselves. So automation is high on our radar, and we're utilizing the downhole data from said MWD companies or different variations of downhole data to further develop these and train these algorithms. So absolutely.
I should say real quick, this last 30 minutes is sponsored by Erdos Miller and their MP3 directional module, Pulse Touch Receiver. So thank you to those guys. All right, anybody else want to jump in on this one?
So yeah, no, I agree with the comments from the other panelists. Yeah, like they said, we work with our directional providers and our rig crews. We tracked our connection times for quite a while. We found out we were doing, 12 to 14 minutes at connection about 2 years ago. We started tracking it, see where our deficiencies were, implemented our software, and then gave him a goal based on what we saw it could be achievable. Now we sit anywhere between 3.5 to 5.5 minute connection. So I'll say on average we're maybe 4.5 to 5 minutes. But a lot of it has come through our directional and MWD providers to work with our rig crews to where they know that going back to bottom after they get a sync pulse, they can go back to bottom, and the procedure on going back to bottom is critical, so they don't lose the sequence on the up pulse, and then we can get the survey as we're drilling. So a lot of it has to do with your relations with your providers and how they in turn have a relationship with the crews on location. And also the operator has to set a goal, because if you don't have a mark or a target out there, then everybody's aimless and they don't know where they stand. So it's a concerted effort and a lot of tracking and posting it. So it helps.
We've utilized the automated back to bottom programs on a few of our drilling rigs with, I'll say, mixed results. We definitely saw some positive results, and at the very least, those rigs kind of help set the expectation for the rest of the fleet, and everybody, for the most part, rose to that challenge. When we started trying to incorporate some of our torque and drag data collection procedures into that, we kind of hit a stall point. But I definitely think there's a lot of future to the automated programs, and looking forward to more to come there.
Yeah, so my company, our focus has been basically from slips to slips, right? So the connection practice gets improved in the meantime, but it's a little bit different focus. So if you look at those systems, there's basically three of them. One of them is the remote directional drilling. The other is automated sliding, and then the the drilling automation for the process of drilling a stand. So the MWD is tied in directly to the survey, as well as the once an instruction is generated, we use the tool faces. So those parts of it are pretty critical. But in terms of the connection itself, it's really going to bottom, coming off bottom, that the automation has made a big difference in our reliability. And we haven't really tied in any of the MWD for that yet. We would like to tie in, like I said earlier, to kind of do a health check on the vibration during those times, just to make sure that everything is going as planned.
All right. Well, thank you guys. Unless anybody else wanted to jump in on that one. Did we already go through everybody? Sorry about this. Like the whole LinkedIn crashing has like completely caused just a distraction to my right. So I apologize for that, guys. So we had a question that came up earlier that I think is a fair question to be able to ask, because obviously with, I've said it many of times in the past, is that there is no perfect MWD system. An MWD system will always fail. Eventually it will happen at some point in time. And so the question was, let me see, what would you like to see from your provider or your MWD provider after a non-planned trip?
I think first of all, some sort of solution. At times, unfortunately, and there are times where it's difficult to recreate that failure, and there are reasons for inconclusive results. But having a solution and showing results in a timely manner, I think is very important. I'll call it that warm and fuzzy factor. The longer it takes to get some solutions back, and not just info and data, but real solutions. Here's what happened, here's the action items, here's what we plan going forward, type of solution. But without one, you start to lose confidence, and obviously you start thinking about what changes to make. But so a timely and holistic solution with action items, I think is very important. And I think, again, back to the responsibility of the operators, it's important for us to hear that and participate in that, and have action items of our own as a result of that information, and take that to your fleet and to your program and incorporate it.
So we try, as soon as we find out about a failure, to communicate with the service partner and try as hard as we can to be present for that tear down, where we can get the information as soon as possible. We track on a monthly basis all of the runs, all of the failures, as well as we track down to a component level for each failure. So once we get the initial data of the failure that's happening at that time, we can reference and see if we're having filter down to what area it is, what service partner it is, what temperature, what hole size it is, any of those multi parameters that we collect. And we can take that data and see if we are seeing something line up to be a systemic issue, or it's just a one-off, or it happens one time every 5 or 7 months, to where, as Corey noted, it gives you the information to make the decision of, is this one-off, or is it just something that's systemically happening, to where if we don't get a change real quick, we're going to have to look to move to another provider until that can get adjusted and changed, just because we can't afford the NPT and the reliability issues. So I think it's a combination of collecting the data as fast as you can, and then having a system where you don't rely on your directional service partners to capture all your failure data, to hold on to it and only give it to you access to it. If you actually capture it and track it yourself, it allows you a quick response time to provide to the engineers, to provide to the drilling management team what exactly is going on, as well as details of how often this is happening.
Yeah, I can echo what everyone's saying is root cause analysis on every failure that we have, whether it's MWD related or downhole tool related. We rely on our vendors to provide us with the information in a timely manner. What happened, how it happened, how can we prevent it from happening again moving forward. On our end at Pioneer, we have a extensive database that we keep all the failure mechanisms compiled. We review all failures with all of our vendors quarterly in their Q1 or quarterly reviews. We try to work with them to further develop their tools and prevent these failures from happening. But yeah, I'd say just what we'd like to see is, you know, a quick turnaround on what happened, how it happened, and what we can do moving forward to prevent it from happening again.
All right, guys. Well, then I know we've only got I've got about 15 minutes remaining, but with so many of you guys here, I really want to be able to make sure that we get this final question in, because it's essentially the question that we've been asking everybody all day. Whoops, clicked the wrong button there. What do you guys see is the future of MWD? What is important to your operations that you want to be able to see here within the next 6, 12, 18, 24 months, whatever it is that you think is really going to be able to, change the way that we're doing drilling operations currently? Don't be shy, guys.
I'll start us off here. I mentioned call it a poor man's wire drill pipe earlier. I think that could have a lot of running room, and I think we all agree that on bottom parameters is important and could be a game changer. One other thing from an economic standpoint that isn't necessarily tied to ROP and things like that, but that this type of environment really highlights with the market the way it is and the impact that has on economics of particular plays and areas. But we tend to start looking at longer laterals. So, we're always using those parameters to try and maximize our on bottom efficiencies, shock and vibe, stick slip, all those things. And as that lateral and as that wellbore becomes more and more complex, it complicates those on bottom parameters, obviously, and getting more torque and drag worked into the system. And so that's definitely something that I think is coming in some areas. In some situations, your completions and production folks are going to start telling you how that doesn't work. But we see a lot of potential there, and we're already doing it. For the most part, all our laterals are 2 mile laterals, and we've done some 3 milers, and looking at how that could be implemented into an entire play, an entire piece of acreage, and boost those economics to economic levels even today, hopefully, and for some areas maybe kind of make it a little bit bust proof. Of course, nothing will ever be completely, but I think the longer laterals and the complications from a drilling world that brings with it is something that I know we're looking at, and the industry is going to be.
Excellent. Thank you, sir. All right. I'll let some of the other guys jump in here on this one.
I'll go ahead and jump in because I imagine Rodolfo will beat me to it if I don't. Is the automation and then the future use of what kind of Corva has started with the AI stuff. I feel like we'll see that start to develop more on a larger scale. And as companies move towards less of a directional footprint on location and start having these remote ops centers that they're running in-house type stuff, I think we'll see a real need for an increase of communication and technology from our MWD and directional providers, just due to the fact that even though their personnel may not be directly on location, they may be in these remote op centers, but a continued innovation towards predictive software that will potentially help mitigate unplanned trips, and we can begin to see planned trips before a tool fails that we've been able to identify through trends and continued use of the data that we as operators are collecting.
Thank you, Parker. Appreciate that. Rodolfo, do you want to follow up?
Thanks, Parker.
Had to.
Okay. In addition to Parker's comment there, I also would like to see an easier way to put the tools together on location, just because of the fact that footprint from the providers is probably going to be minimum in the years to come. So tools that will be easier to assemble by the hands and that can be automatic, downloaded remotely, like an app from a cell phone, where the people on the command center, Houston or Oklahoma City or whatever there might be, they can automatically get on the app, get to the job number, and program the MWD remotely. And the tools, they have to, if you're using a motor, then the tools, I wonder if there's a way where the tool can have a sensor that aligns with the high side of the motor, or maybe have a sensor on the high side of the motor that talks to the high side of the MWD, and the computer can automatically figure the offset, if there's any, and then program it remotely. But tool makeup on location to where it's a lot easier than what currently is, I think it's going to be also a game changer. In addition to all the automation and AI that Parker brought up too.
Jordan, you want to jump in there?
Sure. I mean, I guess it's just kind of to echo what these guys were saying with automation. Something else that we were kind of looking at here recently was, getting all of our MWD and our sensors closer to the bit, but still being reliable. And something that we're kind of looking at now that we haven't, in this market or this environment, was getting back into drilling intercept wells for P&A purposes. And it's been several years since we've done that. But when you're drilling an intercept well, trying to run into a casing, measure off this MWD signal, and they, you claim you're within a foot of this casing 8 times, and I don't hit it. I'm sorry, but I'm starting to not believe you. But if we get that closer to the bit, it's the same thing for our geosteering and everything else, and reliable. To me, that's important. But it still boils down to economics. It's the same thing like with the azimuthal stuff. We're not running it because it's too expensive. So closer to the bit, more reliable, and that's kind of it for us. So.
Jacob, Dev?
Yep. So we see reliability obviously can always be improved. Everybody wants more reliability. But if you're running in the 93 to 95% range, I think that's pretty standard these days, unless you're operating just in Permian, where you probably may want a higher percentage. But once you start talking about high temperature wells of 330 to 370 degrees, reliability starts becoming an issue. So with everybody saying, oh, we have a tool rated for 365, our numbers show that the electronics and the current technology is not where it needs to be. We had two companies here with 200C rated tools. We're going to be left with one. Earlier panels by the manufacturers and service companies mentioned that the next step is 200C rated boards, because running tools rated to 365 to 355 to 360 all day long is not going to help us with reliability, especially if you're in areas like Haynesville, where a trip costs you 2 to 3 days. It's a lot different than when the other gentlemen are talking about a $80,000 or $100,000 trip. You're talking about a $250,000 decision for 2 to 3 days of tripping in the Haynesville down deep and hot. So to me, temperature ratings of tools and having multiple options, we're really getting hampered right now with that situation with Weatherford leaving. So that's my biggest concern, number one, going into the campaign. The second concern, I think, would be on the remote ops side, because there's a whole lot of rumors about a bunch of people picking up rigs. And if that's going to happen, we've got a lot of our service personnel, that have been off for months and months. So human-related NPT failures are a concern to us right now. As we make our plans to add rigs in the first part of 2021, a big part of that is remote ops, trying to reduce that human error NPT, because people haven't been back at work, having your highly trained specialists in the office, and just having, until we can get to a solution where tools come out ready to pick up for every job, having just basically rovers running around to reduce the exposure there.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else want to jump in on that? Oh.
I'll just quickly echo what everybody said. I mean, I think main future for this industry is leaning heavily towards automation. It's hit every other industry. It's inevitable it's going to hit ours. Taking a survey is a very repetitive process. You get the data, you bundle it all together, you send it out. We need to work with these MWD providers to be able to automate that process. That way it'll open floodgates for more instances of remote operations where you can remove personnel from the rig site, put in a command type center where they can watch 4 rigs instead of watching 1. That'll help with the HSE aspect as well as, the overall cost for us on the operator side. And then another thing is, reliability as well. Obviously, we want to stick tools down hole we know aren't going to break all apart on us. And then with these longer laterals, I'd like to see, on a Pioneer, and we'd like to see just more data density being able to be pulsed up. We're still kind of hindered and limited with the data we can get up. So definitely I see some focus there and just leverage technology to just better this side of the industry.
All right, we'll get Matt Isbell in here for the last one on this. Matt, what's the future of MWD for you guys?
All right, so I have a little laundry list. Most of the other stuff is the usual suspects, and I agree with all of that. To me, that's entry to the program. But I mean, what we've been thinking about is really about how the MWD functions with other systems. And one of those other systems is the rig controls. And so we want downlinking procedures that can be easily automated. We want survey procedures that can be easily automated. So like we can capture 30-foot surveys after we drill stand down. One of the other key things has been our tool face updates. We really need 20 seconds or less to optimize how the automated sliding function works. And I've mentioned the snapshots of the different operations to give us that health check. But some of the other stuff around the remote MWD management and the data sharing, right? Totally agree with what everybody's saying there. We've got to get that data where it flows between these systems so everybody who needs it has it in a timely manner. And that includes all the different third-party services, whether that's the survey management tool, an collision service, or whatever. So we're really trying to look at this as a drilling system. And I can't remember which one of your earlier presenters said it, but I mean, MWD would be best if it was just invisible.
Wow, right as he says that, MWD would be best if it was invisible, and then Matt just disappeared himself. That is just, wow. MWD hands are best never heard or seen from, right? That's the running joke. Okay, anyways. All right, guys. Matt's jumping back in here. I've got one last question for you guys. We've got about 6 minutes remaining. There's 7 of you each here, so we'll have to take less than a minute because I don't want to take up too much of y'all's time because I know you guys have got way more important things to be doing. So final question here. This is my question. I get to ask it because I put all of this nonsense together. So if we had an MWD system that had high data transmission rates, when I say high, let's say north of 50 bits per second, not wired pipe, but just north of 50 bits per second, and was bi-directional communication, so we could close off the loop. So essentially, telemetry both directions is no longer any sort of bottleneck. Give me your thoughts and feedback on what that would change going forward for your operations. Rodolfo, you want to finish us off here?
Man, with that data capability on transmission, man, you can hook it up to a lot of your, you can hook up that data to a lot of the automated systems and the data analytics, and you can do a lot of on-the-fly decisions based on all the amount of data you are getting from downhole. We use a module when we're doing our curves that takes our tool face accuracy to predict the build rates at the bit as we're drilling. And it saves us, it either confirms that we need to trip or it saves us from a trip. So, but our data rates are lower. So if we had much more data coming up to our surface and that can be linked to our automated systems then and analytical programs, then I think that would be quite beneficial to real-time decisions that we have to make. And not only in the office, but our first line of defense in the field. Our guys on location, they have access to those those screens and they can confirm, yes, something is wrong, doesn't look normal. Call the office, we need to make a decision quick. Or everything is normal, keep going. But the data transmission and amounts, if they can be fast and you can capture a lot of data from downhole, I think it's beneficial all around.
Thank you, sir. Who wants to jump in next? Don't be shy, guys.
Obviously, that'll benefit to be able to drill off of mechanical specific energy, and which is just going to obviously improve the efficiency of on bottom drilling and all the things that come along with that. Calmer downhole parameters, longer bit runs. Basically, you'd see a lot more one run intervals, pulling green bits, be able to get more aggressive with bits, more aggressive with your parameters, all the things that come along with just more efficient drilling and decisions being made.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think that higher resolution data you get from where you have to run the memory shock data. You would get it in real time. So for true shock and vibration analysis, you could have that. That would be a benefit. To Matt's point earlier, can you take a couple different surveys during the stand? And if you're not waiting for this data to be pulsed up and waiting several minutes, now you're waiting several seconds. So I just think it would help with efficiencies on a lot of things that we can't do now. Gamma ray, right? Now you're getting a wireline quality gamma ray log to the geologist or the geosteer as you're drilling the well, so can make real-time decisions based on that. So it would help. Now, to what extent the value of that is and a cost increase for that service, as well as what damage does it do to whatever component, are you overrunning or running hard some component to pulse up that much data? That has to be looked at as well on the backside too for reliability.
Jordan, look like you're chomping at the bit there. Oh, are you mute? Oh, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Go for it.
No, I'm never chomping at the bit to publicly speak. Trust me. But I mean, the increase in data.
I appreciate you being here for the event today.
No, it sounds great, but at the same time, if you're going to have that kind of data, also come up with a software and a monitoring system like a 24-hour command center, something to help us, because none of my failures ever happen, in the middle of the day. You don't get up and get your morning cup of coffee and, oh, there it is, let me fix this problem. It's 2:00 in the morning. And a lot of times we can't just sit there and watch Payson all day long, or any of our software. So, as long as there's support with it, it sounds great. So.
All right, let's see. Matt, let's try to get you in here before you disappear again on us. Nope, disappeared. All right. All right, Devin, Pioneer, what do you guys got to say about the future there?
No, yeah, I think more data density would be great. If we could two-way communicate, you can hide or pie in the sky goal. Think about how you can automated geosteering. If you're getting a good amount of data pumping up, you can develop some sort of analytics or algorithms to keep you on target better. I think going back to what these other guys said here is it would open the floodgates for the advancement of technology, make better decisions, and overall decrease our NPT time associated with downhole failures or just unknowns, whether it's in the curve or trying to geosteer through a specific zone in a lateral or whatever the case is. More data is better.
All right, so I think we went through everybody, right? Or just Parker and Rodolfo left, or Parker?
I think just me.
All right, Parker, last but not least, sir, please, you get to be the one to close it out here for us.
Hey, there we go. I'll go very much in line with Corey on his real increase in efficiency and being able to drill off MSC a lot more and prolong these bit runs, and starting to see a greater and greater percentage of one-run hole sections. That ultimately is paying dividends, and we'll see savings and gains in every other aspect of our operation. The longer we can stay on bottom, that's more reliable data that's coming to us without having these breaks for trips, and then that's money saved every minute.
Well, thank you, Parker. Thank you, everybody. Thank Corey, Rodolfo, Deb, Jacob, Jordan, Parker, Matt, who's disappeared once again wherever he's at in the world of the internet. Thank you guys so much for taking part in this. We really, really do appreciate it on behalf of myself and the IADD. Thank you guys all for taking part in this panel discussion, and look forward to hopefully seeing the MWD market be able to provide you guys with even better solutions because of the conversations that we've had today. So thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
Take care. See you guys. All right, so we're gonna move everybody off here. Bye, Parker. All right, it is done. It is done. I don't know if anybody's actually still watching. It says 147 people on YouTube are still watching, 12 people on Facebook. I know we lost LinkedIn, which was like the majority of our audience. Wow, that was a marathon of a LinkedIn or a live stream. Man, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but like, I've just been over here stretching and just trying to like relax. But I normally don't have to stand this long for work. I need to use my standing desk more. Anyways, thank you to our sponsors, Applied Physics. Thank you, Lord Parker. Thank you. We've also had, I don't want to miss anybody, Oliden, Compass, Erdos Miller, Key Drill, Rhyme. Thank all of you guys. I mean, I was a sponsor to this as well, Gibson Reports. So thank you to me and my company for putting some of this. So thank you to all the panelists, Ewan Mitchell, Agang Pratama, Rogerio, Bart, Steven, Mitch, Ken, Jason, Hunter, Parker, Corey, Matt, Isabel, Jacob, Rodolfo, Molina, and Dev. Thank you guys all so much for being a part of this. This is a absolutely phenomenal experience. I was so happy to be able to do this. I'm so glad it was free. Like I said, we're going to try to do some more stuff like this again in the future, and we will only get better at doing this. We'll probably have the next one be something along the lines for the, I think, a Mud Motor Forum or RSS Forum. I can't say that I'll be the one hosting it or moderating for that matter. I might be behind the scenes a little bit more. Is this going to be available on YouTube? Yes, all of this is still going to be available on LinkedIn, YouTube, and Facebook. You can replay it on any one of those channels. I'm trying to think of anything else to say. Usually I've got something here at the end that I'm trying to get in, but wow, this has been an absolute marathon worth of work. I spent a lot of time away from the family getting this thing prepared and trying my best to be able to provide all of you, the audience, with this. Man, it's like I cannot stress to you guys how much work this is. People want to be on the board. You better get ready to do some a lot of free work. So we got a lot of these coming in right now saying great job, David. Thank you to you all, appreciate it. Thank you to all the sponsors, the guys over at Neuralis. Thank you guys so much. Blaine Como, another one of the board of directors. Check out previous presentations on IADD's YouTube. It's great. Also, go and check out, we've got the ERD database and the RSS selection guide that are both on the IADD website. If you are interested in sponsoring an event like this in the future, please reach out to myself, Jim Oberkirker, or any of the board of directors here in the near future. It looks like I think we did fairly well for the sponsors. I think they definitely got their money's worth. If you guys are looking for anything else in the near future, please let us know. Concepts, blah, blah, blah. I'm tired. I'm done for the day. Not going to do any work. I'm going to get back to the normal stuff. And I should say this. Next week, the Vidor Locksmith Show is back. The Vidor Locksmith Show is back with Angus Jameson on Friday at 10 a.m. So be sure to tune in and check it out. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for supporting this. Please share, like, comment. Follow me on YouTube. Follow IADD on YouTube. Link up with me on LinkedIn. Nate LaRue. This is what we're going to close out with. Nate LaRue saying, good job, David. You are still ugly. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. As always, guys, anytime I leave this one, I always say, know your industry. And I forgot to queue up the button to click because I was going to play this one. If you haven't seen my show yet, check it out. We got new episodes, 2 episodes to come up. One next week and the one the week after that.